Isn't this, whoa, that was powerful. Isn't this a gorgeous, gorgeous venue to have our event in? Welcome, good morning, everyone, to the D.C. Army and Navy Club. I found out this morning there are actually two, and some of our folks had to call for clarification as to where they were going. So we're really happy to see all of you here this morning. We want to welcome you to our very first annual America National Security Symposium, and what better place to be than in a library that houses over 20,000 volumes of our military history. I think that's just incredibly phenomenal. It also gives me special joy to be here with our America First Policy Institute family. And a special welcome to our distinguished guests and our friends in this very real fight we are having to save America. In particularly, let me recognize the following members of Congress who may or may not be here yet, but they will be here eventually. Senators James Langford and Ron Johnson, and Representatives Claudia Tenney, Wesley Hunt, Ronnie Jackson, and Mark Green. We're also pleased that you could join us this morning. Just 2 years ago, we set out to establish an organization that would carry the banner of America First policies, which made Americans safer and more prosperous. These policies were something Washington had not seen before, and they directly responded to the needs of everyday Americans, some Americans that people would say were the men and women who were left behind. They were America First, these policies, and they defied the approach of the Washington establishment. Nowhere was this clearer than in national security, where our policies delivered peace. How did they do that? Through strength. Our borders were secure, our communities safe and vibrant, and our military was strong and focused on its mission. We achieved historic breakthroughs, especially the Abraham Accords agreement in the Middle East, the first peace agreement in that region for almost a quarter of a century. And our adversaries did not dare pursue their destructive agenda during our policy time. The Trump administration ushered in a complete reversal of policy towards communist China, treating it as the adversary that it is, and as we see today, is becoming more and more apparent. Ours was the only U.S. administration during which Putin did not invade a neighboring territory, and the mullahs in Iran were on their back foot after a coordinated maximum pressure campaign and the ouster of their lead architect of terror, Soleimani. These policies made Americans safer, made our allies do more for our collective security, and made peace possible without starting any new wars. It was America first, but it was not America alone. The world as we see it today is a different place, and the Biden administration has abdicated its leadership, pursuing instead a policy, I'm afraid to say, of America last. Its botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, and all of us in this room can remember those pictures that we saw, sent a message of weakness to our adversaries, and they readily exploited that weakness. Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, knowing, as has become evident over this following year, that the Biden administration would respond slowly and with half measures, if indeed at all. China has flown countless sorties over Taiwan's waters, while Iran and terrorists are once again emboldened in the Middle East. Fortunately, we have a home for America First policies here at AFPI, where we strive every day to build on our achievements during the last administration while offering solutions and vision in these dangerous times. We are blessed to have the leadership of our chairman and Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, and former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe, and Vice Chair Fred Fleitz, who served as Chief of Staff over the National Security Council at the White House, as well as our distinguished fellow Robert Wilkie, former Secretary of Department of Veterans Affairs, and many others who I am honored to call dear friends and colleagues. They and our stars across our 20 policy centers have ensured the America First Policy Institute is now the national security thought leader that our nation needs. The conversations we will have here today are an opportunity to help shape the next chapter of the America First national security. Our present time out of government right now gives us the space and time to cultivate the ideas, the policies, and the coalitions to remind Americans that there is a different approach and that America can act boldly abroad in the best interest of Americans, and that the people who will help shepherd this vision before long, when we return to government, and we will, are all gathered here today. Thank you again, all of you, for joining us today, for being a part of this important conversation and part of future conversations and the collaborations that will take place in making America first, always. So now it is my pleasure, and please joining me. Thank you. And now it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage our President and CEO of AFPI, the dynamic, indefatigable Ms. Brooke Rollins.
I mean, how great is Linda McMahon? Please help me thank her once again. It was just a short 600 plus days ago that many of us left the last administration, and in looking out into the landscape of America and what we believed and knew to be right and true, and the idea of how we keep that moving forward and front and center in the American dialogue and narrative, and realizing that the market gap that was there for America First ideas and leaders and people, and now looking back at that moment in time where we were all discouraged and didn't know what was next, and to now see the fruition of the vision of the America First Policy Institute is just such a blessing. So I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank everyone joining us on live stream. I want to thank all the extraordinary men and women who have 160 now who have joined the America First Policy Institute formally to help us continue this righteous fight for the country. So Linda, you are our leader and such an inspiration to me personally and to our entire team. So thank you for those beautiful words and for being here today. Just a few days back, America quietly observed a tragic anniversary, exactly 20 years since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. That war of choice, facilitated by the febrile atmosphere of the 9/11 attacks and endorsed by a decisive majority of the Washington, D.C. establishment of both parties, set in motion a redefinition of America's place in the world and a series of conversations on America's global mission that are still unfolding today. If a broad consensus on American national security and foreign affairs prevailed from 1941 to 2003, then by 2006 it was irretrievably broken, and by 2016 it was clear it was never coming back. What comes next, though, the new consensus, the new principles of America in the world, the new understanding of what it means to put America first without having America alone, is far from clear. The fruitless and grinding efforts of the so-called war on terror, which saw America's strategic focus, and worse, American lives, misapplied and misspent on a peripheral theater instead of a vital one, shook loose the structure of the old understanding without yielding a new one. The challenges and debates of today, 20 years later, are ultimately about seeking that understanding. To that end, we must grasp that each discrete point of contention is over something larger than itself. The contention over Ukraine is really about when and whether America retains its hegemony, and we'll talk about that today. The debate over China is really about whether America is doomed to be eclipsed by a foreign power that has, for the first time in centuries, an economy to match and sustain its hostility. And we'll talk about that today, too. The debate over Mexico is really about whether American national security is pursued for its own end or on behalf of the American people. And we'll talk about that today. The list goes on. Every engagement, everywhere raises questions. There are answers, even if we do not agree on them all, and even if we do not know them all yet. To get them, we must do exactly what we are doing here today. And again, for those of you joining us live stream, coming together to discuss, to deliberate, and to persuade. It's important that this is happening, and it is just as important that it is happening among us. The great and unfolding conversation over national security and foreign policy concerns every single American. And so you'd think it would be happening across the whole of American civic life, but it isn't. The great effort of discernment, innovation, and prudence in these spheres is happening almost entirely on the right. The left is frozen in its adherence to the dead dicta of the old regime, a mindless globalism that adheres to platitudes that might have been fruitful in 1994 or maybe even 2004. Just this week, former next president of the United States, John Kerry, visited Mexico City and praised the Mexican president for his wisdom in cooperating on climate goals. The Mexican president, of course, is a major cartel ally and abettor who may, in a future conservative American administration, find a less friendly sort of American visitor entering his country. But the regime we have, the regime of the left, cannot adapt to events. They are sclerotic, they are uncomprehending, they are anti-intellectual, and it shows. From the Taliban entering Kabul to fentanyl entering our neighborhood playgrounds. So in the absence of any meaningful contribution from the left, the future of America abroad is forged on the right. We can be glad for that. We do not all share the same views today in this room, and that is a good thing, as we are each compelled to sharpen our arguments and advocacy amongst our friends. But we do mostly share the same understandings. First, we believe that America is fundamentally good. Second, we believe that America has its proper object, the American people. Third, we believe it is a positive virtue to put America first. And finally, we believe in the real sovereignty of the nation. And we believe that the American tradition and inheritance contains sufficient answers for our challenges now, if we have the wisdom to rediscover and apply it not as mimicry, nor as a rerun of the favored past, but as a genuine adaptation to this moment in time. The benevolent but armed neutrality of Washington and Adams and Quincy Adams, the strategic shrewdness and aggression of Jefferson and Jackson, the singular mission-driven vision of Lincoln and Reagan, and the managerial prudence of Eisenhower and the first Bush all have their place in informing American engagement in the world now. Even as we create a new consensus, we build upon the foundations laid by giants. In time, perhaps, the conversations we have here will lay that new foundation and set up new giants in the unended sweep of American history. Welcome then to the first America First Policy Institute National Security Symposium. We come together as friends with varying prescriptions and differing understandings, but one love, a love for the United States of America, and that's the company that we like to keep. Speaking of company we like to keep, it's really a pleasure. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's really a pleasure to introduce our executive director, our chief strategist, the chairman of our Homeland Security and Immigration Center, and formerly cabinet secretary in the Trump administration of Homeland Security and Immigration. Currently, as an executive director in helping us build AFPI, Chad Wolf has been just an absolute, unprecedented and unwavering warrior for the efforts that lie ahead for building an organization that's ready to face them, and for leading us into the new America that we are all working to secure. An incredible American, an amazing friend, an extraordinary leader. Please help me welcome Secretary Chad Wolf.
That's an introduction. It's going to be hard to live up to that. In just 2 years, we find the current state of our national security in a much different place than it was under an America First approach. The threats and challenges we face at home and abroad, and our response make today's event all that more relevant and consequential than ever before. Good morning and welcome to AFPI's National Security Symposium. The theme of today's event, its purpose, is fairly straightforward, and it's a mission that I think many of you are well acquainted with. We're here to define, to discuss, and to debate the America First approach to national security, essentially to discuss how can we best protect our homeland, our values, and our people. The America First approach to national security initiated during the Trump administration was a backlash to ill-advised policies of the past by both Republican and Democratic administrations that engaged our military and huge amounts of our tax dollars, I should say, on foreign conflicts and commitments where America did not have strategic interest. We expended these resources at the expense of the American people. And as a result, important issues and important challenges facing the American people here at home went unresolved. The America First approach to national security means an America that is independent, an America that is secure, ensuring first that America's supply chains and economy are stable and strong, and its people are safe. A safe America is the only way that we can lead and engage the world. A strong America means that we can and will accomplish more for the American people and the peace, prosperity, and freedom of others. This position of strength allows us to engage in effective efforts to secure allies and deter adversaries in such a way that American interests are secured rather than undermined in that process. The America First approach to national security is not isolationism, nor withdrawing our great nation from the world and its challenges. It requires a strong U.S. military and even stronger American leadership. The America First approach to national security puts the interest of our country, our people, and most of our military first by keeping our nation out of unnecessary military conflicts. Under this approach, America will work with its allies to address regional instability. However, we will demand that our allies pay their fair share of their defense and insist that regional states play a leading role in resolving conflicts in their region. The United States will wield its great military power only when strategic interests or the security of its people are at risk. I think we've all heard this before. America is not the world's policeman. We will not make the same mistakes of the past by using our armed forces for nation building and trying to change other nations. As former acting secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, I work to safeguard the homeland above all else. In this light, the America First approach to national security is very simple. Under the U.S. Constitution, the President's primary responsibility is to provide for the security of the American people. And this starts at home. We must secure our borders. This statement would have been sensible, statement would have been commonplace just a short time ago, but is anything of the sort today, unfortunately. Ignoring this responsibility and diverting huge resources to other conflicts abroad where America does not have strategic interest does not just violate the America First approach, it violates the President's responsibility under the Constitution. America First approach to national security requires a serious national security policy that defends our country against real threats. We saw this during the Trump administration with an aggressive national security policy that focused on key threats from China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. We tackled nuclear proliferation, cybersecurity, and probably most important, at least in my eyes, securing our border. Sadly, the Biden administration does not have either a serious security policy or one based on America First principles. President Biden's top national security priority is climate change. That's been stated several times. His refusal to defend our southern border has led to millions of illegal aliens and other public safety and national security risk released into our country, and an influx of deadly drugs such as fentanyl that are killing our young men and women every day. The president's weak approaches to China and Russia, both of which he constantly refers to as competitors, not adversaries, have caused a surge in global instability, sparked Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year, and resulted in U.S.-China relations to sink to the lowest level in many years. And for many experts to speculate that China will and could invade Taiwan in the near future. We've seen a similar deterioration of stability in the Middle East, where the Biden administration has been obsessed with reviving the flawed 2015 nuclear deal with Iran, and the U.S. has snubbed almost all of our allies in the region. The Biden administration has made the U.S. appear so weak and unreliable that in the Middle East, that China recently stepped in to negotiate an agreement to restore diplomatic relations between Saudi Arabia and Iran. I could go on and on about how badly American global security have deteriorated under the current administration, but many of our experts and panelists will discuss these issues and will provide some America First solutions as we go through today. Joining us today is a talented group of professionals. AFPI's national security teams have been extremely active over the past 2 years promoting America First policies to keep our nation safe and free through engagement with policymakers, members of Congress. We do media commentary and a variety of other written products and events. On many issues, we've helped to change the narrative. We've helped to set the framing for how we measure progress and, most importantly, how we work towards lasting solutions. For today, we have panels on several crucial national security issues Brooke mentioned: growing threats from China, protecting Americans at home, the America First approach to U.S. military power, preserving that peace in the Middle East, and then, of course, Russia and Ukraine. We are honored that many members of Congress and leading experts agreed to join us today on these panels. It's going to be a great time. Really looking forward to it. Before I conclude my remarks, let me note that AFPI, as we approach our second anniversary here, I believe next month, we've become not only a leader in the national security space, but also in a variety of other issues across the board. Issues such as election integrity, school choice, putting patients and doctors back in charge of their health care, making America energy independent, secure, and providing safe and secure communities. These are just a few of the issues that we're tackling at AFPI. We also have our American Leadership Initiative. It's an ambitious program to prepare the next America First presidential administration to ensure that all the key policies, process, and personnel are ready from day one. There's a lot to do when your mission is to save the country, and we're hard at it. Let me again welcome everyone today. Thank you for your support, and we'll jump right into it. Let me, please help me in welcoming to the stage our first moderator and first panel. Steve Yates is the chair of AFPI's China Policy Initiative, as well as his panelists. Steve previously served as Deputy Assistant to Vice President Cheney for National Security Affairs, was the president of Radio Free Asia, as well as many other titles and duties. His unique blend of experience as a national security professional and practitioner, expertise in geopolitics and the culture of Asia, including fluency in Mandarin, makes him a leading voice in the national conversation on the U.S. security approach to China. Join me in giving a warm welcome to Steve Yates and his panel.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be the kickoff panel on a very, very important day of conversations about the security of the United States of America. We're very, very blessed to have a distinguished panel to take up this topic. At AFPI, we launched a China Policy Initiative that aims to take a very different approach to China policy, one that recognizes the Communist Party of China. It represents the largest, most strategic threat to our American way of life since the end of the Cold War. That it is not just a foreign policy issue, it is also a homeland security policy issue, it is an education policy issue. It covers every part of American life, and in some ways that can be overwhelming, but we're blessed to have people who are engaged in moving the policy needle back in favor of the American people. So at America First Policy Institute, we're grateful to be able to pull together a wonderful panel that brings perspective from the United States Senate, from the United States House, from the governor's office, and also from real-life experience being in China. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our panel, and we'll have some opening remarks, and then we have a bit of time for a question and answer. So just give people a fair warning. Chairman Green is not being removed by security for any questionable purposes, but the Secretary of State will be addressing some members of the House today, so he's going to have to step out a little bit early, so we'll try to keep our time to allow some back and forth before that happens. But to kick off our opening remarks and conversation, we're pleased to have Senator Ron Johnson from the great state of Wisconsin. He's on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and Homeland Security Committee. Again, you'll see a pattern of Homeland and Foreign Affairs and National Security in our conversation. But Senator Johnson, welcome to our symposium, and please take it away.
Thank you, Steve. It is an honor to be here, and especially joining these distinguished individuals on the panel. I think for my opening remarks, I want to talk about why China appears so strong is primarily because America is becoming weaker and weaker. When I first arrived in D.C. and I ran for U.S. Senate, not of this world, I'm an accountant, I'm a plastics manufacturer. I ran because we were mortgaging our children's future, and because of Obamacare, but mainly we were mortgaging our children's future. We're $14 trillion in debt. Now we're $32 trillion in debt. President Biden's most recent budget shows it will be about $50 trillion in debt by the end of the decade. So when I did first arrive here, we had the first debate over the increase of the debt ceiling. The left always use that as a crisis moment. There's, by the way, there's no way we would default on our debt. We have more than enough revenue to service our debt. But that's how the left operates. And I remember Admiral Mike Mullen saying that the greatest threat facing America is our debt and deficit. That hasn't changed. Prior to the pandemic, the federal government in total spent $4.44 trillion, a little under $4.5 trillion. Obviously, during the pandemic, we went wild, not me personally, but Washington went wild, and we spent trillions more, and we reset the baseline. The last couple of years, we spent $6.2 trillion. We'll spend about $6.3 trillion this year. President Biden's budget calls for about $6.9 trillion. And just to kind of put it in perspective, last year we raised $4.9 trillion in revenue. Again, 2019, before the pandemic, spent under 4.5. Had we just grown that based on population growth and inflation, last year we would spend about $5.1 trillion. That's how tantalizingly close we were to a balanced budget. But instead we're spending 6.3, now budgeted to, or President Biden likes to spend 6.9. It is insane. We all say it's unsustainable, and yet this dysfunctional place continues to do so. So again, I would go back to what Admiral Mike Mullen said, that is the greatest threat to our debt and deficit. Until we get that under control, we're not going to be able to spend what we should be spending on the military to project strength through the world. My final comment is just say, look at what this administration has done to weaken this country. The embarrassing and dangerous surrender in Afghanistan, that was a very strong signal. That emboldened our enemies. 40-year high inflation, record gasoline prices, high energy prices, an open border. I mean, what has this administration done to strengthen our country? It has weakened it, and a weakened America emboldens our enemies, and in comparison, relatively, they become far stronger.
Well, Senator, it's a very sobering, borderline depressing kind of way to look at.
I'm not the most uplifting
the dire,
character.
but it actually dovetails very much with one of the core principles that we have tried to advocate, and maybe is not often thought about in China policy, but we actually think the key to our success lies in American prosperity, in secure supply chains, energy independence, cultural resilience, that getting America right first is the single best way to level the playing field and maybe make less dangerous options for how we try to face the threat from China. And so the American prosperity and security agenda is definitely very high on the list of priorities for being able to meet this challenge. And thank you for planting the flag on that. Chairman Green, we have Congressman Mark Green from the great state of Tennessee, and he is chair of the Homeland Security Committee, but also on the Foreign Affairs Committee, where I believe Secretary Blinken will be addressing a little later today. But Chairman Green, please welcome to the program. Thank you for participating, and we welcome your welcome remarks.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You know, just last month, in the span of about a week, we had two phenomenon happen. We had a State of the Union, and we had a Chinese balloon traverse the United States. One of those is filled with hot air and a threat to national security. The other was shot down over the waters of South Carolina. It's great to be on a panel with the senator. He's one of our most conservative and thoughtful pro-American senators in the Senate, and it's good to see you again, sir. And of course, the governor of Mississippi. I grew up in that great state, love it, and was just there. Proud to be on a panel with you, sir.
Welcome home.
Yeah, it's and speaking of Mississippi, you know, I left there when I was 17 and went to West Point to take the oath to defend this country at 17 against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I served 24 years in the Army, 2 trips to Iraq, 1 to Afghanistan. I've been studying the threats to the United States pretty much all my life. And when you think of the threats to the nation, you think of them in a spectrum between safety and stability and sovereignty. The greatest threat to the safety, stability, and sovereignty of the United States is the Chinese Communist Party. Absolutely, hands down. And it's, interestingly, not China, not the people of China. I think Gordon will share this. They're under a huge threat from the CCP, but it's the CCP. And we have some serious issues confronting us. At the 100,000-foot view, Xi Jinping sort of blends this unique perspective of communism and the Middle Kingdom concept, where surrounding the China and concentric layers are countries that pay tribute to the kingdom at the center. And that has produced this very interesting, I wouldn't say chess piece, it's more like their game of Wei Qi, we go, pinning the United States, small moves to encircle through a lot of different mechanisms to basically, as Sun Tzu would say, win the war without firing a shot. And we have been asleep at the wheel during this process, and we're in a very difficult situation now. They are basically critical to their strategy, I think. A couple of different things I want to talk about, but primarily is the capturing of our alliances. When you think of it from their perspective historically, when you think of it from the perspective of world order, go back to Westphalia, 1642, the Peace of Westphalia. Look at what happens every time there's a major conflict. The nations are exhausted by war. They come together and create treaties. That's the legitimacy phase, I call it, basically to this thing called a polarity cycle. And everybody's equal. It's a multipolar world. Very quickly, we go into balance of power. Nations vie against one another. And before long, the weak start aligning with the strong. And you drift into a bipolar world order, and war happens. So we're in the phase of competing for those alliances. China gets that. And with the Belt and Road Initiative, they have taken our alliances from us. You can take it down on a sort of operational scale, so that's at the strategic level. Take it down on the operational scale. They use deception and disinformation, which is really pertinent to my committee, Homeland Security, because of course, we have CISA, our cybersecurity efforts, protect the homeland that way, and we have our southern border. And on our southern border, 13,000 Chinese nationals have crossed under this president. Think about that. I had a whistleblower call me the other day. 25 to 30 Chinese nationals associated with the CCP are released every day in that one sector into the United States. Forget the balloon. What are those people here to do? And they're in our country. If we were to engage in Taiwan, what would those individuals do? Well, they disrupt. And the disinformation campaigns, whether it's in Hollywood taking over the movie theater and trying to drive the message of China is okay, the Confucius Institutes, China is making move after move after move. And we sit, as the senator said, becoming weaker and weaker and weaker. Now, there's a long list of what we need to do, and hopefully we'll get into that in the questions. But this is the challenge that faces us, and it is the greatest threat to our safety, our stability, and our sovereignty. We must rise to the occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I promise it wasn't pre-planned, but we've had an excellent walk into the conversation by describing what America is doing to itself, unfortunately, to level the playing field with China. And then the congressman very clearly has articulated the ways the Chinese Communist Party is inducing us to take ourselves down a notch and disrupting alliances, seeking their advantage. We wish it was just done sort of at the federal level and that something could be passed by Congress and signed by the White House, but a lot of what has been happening by way of elite capture and influence operations actually happens in the states, and a lot of the consequences of this policy failure in Washington falls to chief executives in the states. And Governor Bryant was the 64th governor of the great state of Mississippi. He was also a very leading voice early on, when it wasn't so cool to do so, talking about the Chinese Communist Party influence operations at the state level. So Governor Bryant, please take away with your opening remarks.
Good morning. What happens in the United States happens in the states. So China figured out very quickly what they needed to do is try as best they could to compromise executive offices, legislators, mayors, city council members who are very open. If you call a governor just now and say, I'd like to bring $1 billion plant and 2,000 employees to your state, he's going to start dancing. Or she is going to say, please come on in. It sounds great. We have a beautiful piece of land in DeSoto County or near Monticello. And so we're welcoming. In 2008, I went to China. I was lieutenant governor then, and the CCP funded a trip for about half a dozen lieutenant governors. We were so excited. And then when I got there, I realized the first thing they were going to do was take all the information off my iPhone. They were going to bug the hotel room that I were in. They were going to go through my luggage. And actually, the guy that I was with, I asked him that, and he said, yes, they're going to do that. I don't mind telling you that. And then they put on the show. Oh, we were treated like royalty. Oh, the friendship that we saw there. Well, at the same time, they were believing we can get in the back door now of Mississippi and those other states. And that's exactly what they've tried to do. Buying farmland. We just had a bill introduced in the Mississippi legislature. I was working hard with our agricultural commissioner to get it passed. It almost died. It came out of study committee. What happens to legislators now? If they can't make a decision, they make a study committee, and hopefully it'll just die on the vine. Well, we're not going to let that happen. We're going to report back next year. There's about 380,000 acres in the United States just now owned by the Chinese government. And they're buying up more every day. One of the top poultry producers in the United States was purchased by a company that has a close relationship with China. They own the largest pork producing company in America. The Chinese do. So when you go and buy a pound of bacon and it costs you $27 in the coming years, you'll know they're enjoying that in Beijing. So governors have to wake up. I went to them and they said, oh, no, no, no. We're just, I've got some wonderful professors that are visiting our universities. Yes, well, we've got one great professor that's working in the Homeland Security Department there at our university. He's a CCP agent. CCP's probably watching this just now. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Yes, here we are again. It's me, Bill. Yeah. And then I went to Taiwan in 2019. We sold 50,000 tons of soybeans and corn to Taiwan. Then I went over to Hong Kong. I got a letter from the Chinese consulate in Houston saying I needed to end my economic mission immediately and return to the United States. Y'all can imagine how I responded to that. It was about a 2-word reply, but I did not leave my mission. I continued to work not only for my state, but for governors in the United States government. I returned and went immediately to Washington, D.C. I can't exactly tell you, General, who we were meeting with and information we were providing, but there was a gentleman from the United States that was working for a Chinese company, and they're all Chinese companies, not the Chinese government, it's Chinese companies. And they wanted to buy grain elevators all across the South to the storage of soybeans. And they were offering huge prices. See, they could control the soybean market. Well, you think, well, that's not important. Try to live without soybeans for a while. See what the price of that does. You see what's happening. They don't have to defeat America. As the chairman said, they won't do it through military efforts. They will buy America. And unfortunately, many are all too willing to sell. We're going to stop it. I want to thank y'all for being here today. Let's begin to slow it down and make it a crawl. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Now I'll turn some time over to my good friend Gordon Chang. The great challenge in turning time over to Gordon is we are fellow travelers. We talk almost weekly on radio and otherwise, and there really isn't a question about China that Gordon is not capable of trying to address. And he has had real-life experience in China. Like many of us who get into the China field somewhere along the way, we see the opportunity. We have somewhat of a missionary impulse to maybe save some souls, bring them into freedom, all of that, and at some point we become mugged by reality. And Gordon was mugged right around the turn of the millennium, if I remember my timing right. But Gordon is uniquely positioned to help us understand a little bit about what's different about China today, what's different about the Communist Party today, what's different about Xi Jinping as a leader, and why are they doing this to us now? So Gordon, with that, your welcoming remarks.
Well, thank you, Steve, and thank you, everyone. Yesterday, the 2 most dangerous figures in the world concluded their 3-day summit. We all know why Vladimir Putin is dangerous. The devastation in Ukraine is a testament to that. But Xi Jinping is dangerous because he's enabling Vladimir Putin. Xi Jinping has grand ambitions. He's seeing a closing window of opportunity, and he's presiding over some very troubling developments inside the Chinese Communist Party, especially the military taking over. With regard to grand ambitions, Chairman Green mentioned that. Xi Jinping believes, and he's trying to impose the imperial era system where Chinese emperors believed that they not only had the mandate of heaven over Tianxia, but that all under heaven, but that heaven compelled them to rule the entire world. So for Xi Jinping, it's one world, one ruler. And it gets worse because since 2017, Chinese officials have been talking about the moon and Mars as sovereign Chinese territory. China looks strong because of its ambitions, but actually inside there, it's weak. It's an economy that did not grow 3.0% last year, probably contracted by 3%. They were fooling around with their inflation deflator. But it's not just that. There's also plunging property prices, falling currency, accelerating debt defaults, worsening food shortages that you referred to, and Governor Bryant. And of course, the deteriorating environment, plus also you've got disease outbreaks, COVID-19 and influenza. And that means that Xi Jinping probably sees that he's got to act fast, especially because they've got a demographic crisis. By the end of this century, China will probably lose somewhere between 900 million to 1 billion people. So it will be 1/3 the size it is today. And that puts a time limit on aggressive Chinese rulers. At the same time, you have the Chinese military becoming so much more powerful inside the Communist Party. This is like 1930s Japan, where you have a military that's not thinking about what it should do, it's thinking about what it can do. And of course, the Communist Party has inherent hostility to the United States, not because of who we are and what we say, it's because of our form of governance. You know, China's Communist Party views us as an existential threat because it's an insecure regime and is worried about the inspirational impact of America on the Chinese people. And that's why they declared a people's war on us. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, that we're in the fight of our lives because the Communist Party is not going to give us a second chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Well, hopefully at this point we are pretty well in consensus on diagnosis. The Communist Party of China is evil. It is the enemy of the Chinese people as well as the American way of life, our system of alliances, that they have had an active work plan to get Americans to increasingly sow division, to capture elite opinion and try to influence our institutions. One of the great travesties of recent times is the destruction of Hong Kong, formerly one of the freest markets in the world, a wonderful place to live, work, and visit. It was an amazing window into world markets, and the Communist Party of China found a way to get Hong Kongers themselves to undermine their institutions, and Hong Kongers themselves to imprison people who deigned to protest and advocate what we would see as First Amendment rights of expression and association. A similar strategy is aimed at Taiwan every single day. I had the blessing of living in Taiwan in the 1980s. There was fear that one day missiles might arrive. That fear still exists. However, I think that the greatest threat that they face, that they sense, is this undermining of their own institutions from within. It's taken a long time for America to come to this wake-up point, but I think each of our panelists, in a way, has been on this challenge early and have been advocates for getting policy right. I'd like to go through a little bit of follow-up Q&A if I could, and we'll begin with you, Senator Johnson, if that's all right. One of the ways that the Communist Party of China has taken America down a notch and also sown division and dissent was willfully letting COVID-19 out into the world. We can debate till the cows come home about exactly what animal in what place and what form of manipulation might have generated the virus, but what's indisputable was a deliberate government decision to halt all transportation domestically and keep it open internationally. They knew. A friend of mine, John Moody, former Fox News executive, wrote a book that says, "They knew." I think that is kind of apropos. But Senator, could you please share your thoughts on the impact of that virus coming out in the world and what it's done to the American way of life and how our government has responded today to issues ranging from disinformation to what we did to our own institutions during that period?
Oh, the impact is far greater than it ever should have been. Very early on, John Ioannidis, a scholar at Stanford, did a study on the Princess Cruise, and pretty well laid out that, listen, COVID is a scary disease, particularly if you're elderly, if you have certain comorbidities, but if you're young and healthy, it could be pretty bad flu, or like me, half of people who got COVID were asymptomatic. I actually held a hearing in May where I had Professor Ioannidis on the panel, people like Scott Atlas, individual called Pierre Corey, who had the courage and compassion to actually treat COVID patients with the cheap generic drugs successfully, by the way. So this is May of 2020, trying to put things in perspective. COVID was not going to be Ebola at 40% infection fatality rate. It's not MERS at 30. It's not SARS at 8 to 10. According to Oxford's evidence-based medicine, they are already predicting it might be double a bad flu season. As it's all worked its way out, it's about half a normal flu season for the population in total. Now, you're not going to hear that in the media because the media has been captured by Big Pharma, as our federal health agencies have been captured by Big Pharma. Bobby Kennedy wrote in his letter to liberals, talked about a study conducted in 2021 about a $4 trillion transfer of wealth from the middle class to the big tech social media giants. So COVID was used, as the left was trying to use climate change, scare the you-know-what out of the American population to gain control. And unfortunately, far too many of our fellow citizens have willingly, over the decades, given up their freedom for a false sense of security. It happens time and time and time again. It's pretty easy to propagandize a population. It's pretty easy to scare the bejesus out of a population and gain that control. And the question on the table is, are we going to allow it to continue? Now, I still, to this day, don't know, was trying to freak us out, providing all those visuals of people in moon suits. Again, I know the disease is deadly, but I also know it's not as deadly. It wasn't worth freaking out. It wasn't worth spending trillions of dollars and degrading the one essential ingredient of America, which is freedom. And that is what has happened. And once it's given up, it's very difficult to wrestle it back. I mean, right now, you've got the Biden administration negotiating with the World Health Organization to put the World Health Organization in greater control over pandemics, how we spend money in a pandemic, our intellectual property. I've got a bill that would deem that a treaty. It's co-sponsored by every Republican senator. Haven't got a Democrat senator yet on that one. So again, I'm looking at the basic things. We need to preserve our freedom. We have to understand what we're up against. We're up against a news media, a legacy media, a big tech social media giant that is on board with the left. We have to understand we are up against powerful forces and we're being played. And unfortunately, far too many of our fellow citizens are being played right along. And our job is to open people's eyes. But no, this is, the pandemic has been devastating to our freedom, to our economy, and it didn't have to happen. That is what's real tragedy about this.
Well, thank you for your leadership in that area. I think it's terribly important to understand these blows to our American way of life. Another one of those grave threats to our families and our communities is the fentanyl crisis. And Chairman Green, I'd like to turn to you to talk a little bit about this. This is something that has hit hard a lot of families, including my own. We know of the deaths, but there is a heavy toll borne by those that live with the consequences of this. China knows where these chemical precursors are coming from. They are a totalitarian state. They presumably could turn that spigot on or off, and yet they don't. But could you share your thoughts on this homeland, but also household and community issue?
Sure. Well, as I mentioned earlier, it's all a part of that attempt by China, one of their moves, to destabilize our own country. And perhaps it's somewhat retaliation, although we weren't necessarily the key instigators of the opium wars, but clearly they lived through that a little over a century ago, and they're using that mechanism now to destabilize the United States. The most surveilled society on the planet can't tell us where the fentanyl precursors are being manufactured to bring to the United States. That's laughable. And very clearly it is harming us both in a human cost as well as a financial cost. The human cost, pretty obvious. I had a committee hearing. My first committee hearing was with the intent of sharing to the American people that the fentanyl on the southern border is a risk to every American. A mother was there. She lost 2 children, and the president thought that was funny. But this is happening all over America. There's also a financial cost. In the state of Tennessee alone, we had 40,000 babies who were born that the state had to take control of because of the addiction of the mother. But those addictions create a child that is dependent, born dependent. And in the case of the children who are fentanyl babies, it costs the state of Tennessee about $1.4 million per child in healthcare costs and associated costs to educate that child over its time in school because the learning deficiencies that are created by the dependency. That's just one example of the economic costs. The uncompensated health care at our southern border and many other things are creating a dollar cost to all of this, but fentanyl itself, billions and billions of dollars, and then the human cost. So this is a disruptor, and what concerns me even more, though, is the relationship between the Chinese Communist Party and the cartels. The cartels are now incredibly powerful. In my second hearing, the chief of the Border Patrol admitted that the cartels have control of 5 of our 9 sectors on the southwest border. So let that sink in. The cartels control 5 of our 9 sectors on our southwest border, and they are fed with their precursors and propped up by the Chinese Communist Party. What happens if we defend Taiwan with crime in America, with riots in the streets? So we have to think strategically about what the Chinese are doing. And this is a huge threat to the country. It's time to close the southern border, number one. It's time to take on their puppets, the cartels, and that may very well mean kinetic force. And it's time to push back on the CCP with some strong sanctions, etc. We got to nearshore too and bring our manufacturing home, reshore and nearshore. I mean, there's tons of things we've got to do to address the issue, but fentanyl is costing us both a human toll and a financial toll.
Thank you very much. Governor, we've talked and like to invite you to share some more about the toll that chief executives pick up on these very issues. You were talking before we came on about the cost of fentanyl in your state.
Absolutely, and these problems come to the front door of the governor's mansion. So I want all of you to go back and encourage your governor. I want to brag on Kristi Noem. She just had a very powerful bill that would restrict the CCP from purchasing land in South Dakota, and it died in the Senate. Now, I was presiding officer of the Senate for 4 years, and they used to say that's where bills come to die. But it's unfortunate that this bill dies there. Governor Youngkin, if you'll go to his website, you'll see a click on there that you'll be able to register to help him fight the sale of Virginia to the Chinese Communist Party. So they're doing a very good job. But as it comes to Mississippi, we had 17 COVID deaths in March, just last month. Since 2020, over 13,000 Mississippians have died. Now, if we had 13,000 Mississippians die in a hurricane like Katrina, we would have the federal government pouring in. The whole world would know about, my goodness, 13,000 people have died of a hurricane. 13,000 people have died of COVID. Have you heard about that? Where's the sorrow for these Mississippians? As the governor, you know some of these 13,000 people in a state with 3 million people. There's no way you can't. You hear about them. 235 young people mostly have died of fentanyl poisoning, not overdose, fentanyl poisoning. 235, that's almost the number that died in Katrina. 235 lives have been snuffed out, over 100,000 across America, but these are dying in the states. Each governor has to deal with it through the Bureau of Narcotics. When I was governor, we were passing out Narcan to make sure that we could get them in the patrol cars, not only for those that are suffering with an overdose of fentanyl, but police officers that might have come in contact with the smallest amount of fentanyl that could kill your law enforcement officers. This is a national plague, and every bit of this is being sent to us by China. CCP knows exactly where it's coming from. They know exactly what it's doing. They know how to move it with a cartel across that border. Have you seen this administration do anything about it? They will not. This administration is going to do nothing to slow or stop the invasion of the Chinese Communist Party in America. They're not going to do anything, so governors have to. So as I go to the Republican Governor's Administration, and I do talk to Republican governors, but I also have some, like Louisiana, who has a Democratic governor there, John Bell Edwards, and I talked to him about this. It has to start at the local level. We had a company not long ago that came to the state of Mississippi. People were excited about it. They wanted to bring a Bitcoin mining facility to Mississippi. 3 of the board of directors are Chinese nationals. A Bitcoin mining operation in Clinton, Mississippi. It doesn't stop. They continue every day. TikTok. I heard one of our statewide elected officials talking the other day. We still have a state agency that is utilizing TikTok, a state agency in the state of Mississippi. We can't even get that stopped. Now, I've got grandchildren. I don't know much about TikTok. I think there's funny dances that go on there, but a lot more. So anybody that's ever gone on TikTok is in a database in Beijing just now. And everything you're looking at and everything you talk about and probably wherever you're at with your iPhone. This is a real threat to the United States. So, yeah, fentanyl, COVID, economic development missions that are flooding into every state, TikTok, all of those, the buying of our products in agriculture and those that process those agricultural commodities is extensive. China doesn't have enough land to feed its own people, so what do they come and do? They come and buy the American farmer. Not the individual American farmer, but in their mind, that's what they want to do. And you see companies that will say, we have a wonderful 50-year relationship with China, and they will double the exports of our product. Of course they will. Sure, they want to ship all of it to China to feed their people and leave the United States of America, the breadbasket of the world, without enough commodities to provide food to their people at an affordable price. Now, this is hurting who the most? The middle class. Folks in Mississippi that are working hard and driving their pickup trucks to work. They're suffering through this every time they go buy a dozen eggs. It even got funny. I noticed that some people were making jokes about what an egg costs. That some guy was asking a girl to marry him and he sort of gave her an egg. Yeah, that sounds funny, but go to the grocery store as a young lady whose husband's working at Nissan putting automobiles together, and you've got 3 children in Copiah County, and try to buy groceries at Walmart. This is real, and governors understand it. And I'm so glad that congressmen and senators understand it, because this president does not. Unfortunately, I don't think he can. I don't think he has much of a choice. But if we don't start at the local level educating and let everyone know, and AFPI is doing their very best to do that, you're going to see more college students dying of fentanyl poisoning, believing they're taking maybe something to help them sleep or help them wake up, and they die in their dorm rooms. And we sit back and say, isn't that too bad? We must do more.
Well, thank you, Governor. And for a moment, want to brag about what we've done with the America First Policy Institute in engaging the states on China policy. Adam Savitt is here as director of our China Policy Initiative. We've done a lot of work that talked about ag land, and we've done some research that goes after the TikTok way of doing business. A lot of people know of the videos, but they maybe haven't tried to look beyond the surface of what the interaction is. They may know that the Chinese government has a separate algorithm for their consumers. Shockingly, it only really allows for positive things that would encourage productivity, would encourage prosperity, certainly no criticism of the government and all of those kinds of things. And then there's a very different algorithm in America. All of this stuff is deeply researched. It's highly addictive. It studies how something feels in your hand to how to disrupt your thought patterns. It is extremely dangerous as a psychological weapon. And if you can take American productivity down by 50% because of addiction to haptic feelings in a hand and notification warnings and dancing bears and purring cats and then other weirder stuff, then that is an America distracted. That is an America divided and demoralized. That is not an America prepared to deal with reality and to renew itself. And so I think it's important to understand TikTok not just as a great vacuum of data and information, which surely it is, and it's not going to a place that respects privacy, but it is also a very, very sophisticated psychological weapon that has productivity impacts across our society. So we're going to try to do more of that research, and maybe we'll get active in our states with our governor's coalition, AFPI, and other kinds of initiatives. But Gordon, I'd want to pivot back up into the broader topic of political warfare and maybe the international space, because when we look at what Xi Jinping has been doing recently, you mentioned the trip to Moscow. That was one of his initiatives he was trying to lean into. I think you alluded to what he was doing in the Middle East, but China seems to be very clearly trying to shape the information space It's obviously against the United States, and there are consequences to whether they're trying to sanction-proof their regime, but there's perhaps something more to it. But what is your assessment of what Xi and his government is trying to do in shaping that information space, and why? Is it with Taiwan movements in mind or other things?
Well, Xi Jinping right now has this view that he is the one who is the most influential and the most important person in the world. And we heard that in his parting words with Vladimir Putin yesterday when he said, and this is almost a quote, he said, "We are now witnessing changes that have not been seen in 100 years. And then he looked at Putin and said, "And you and I are driving events." And because I think Xi Jinping and Putin know that they are not strong societies, but they do know that they've got will. And because of that, they are the ones who are actually shaping societies and shaping events around the world. We saw this, for instance, in the Middle East with that dramatic triumph for China with the Iran-Saudi deal. That was because, President Trump had the Abraham Accords, had brought peace to the region. He should have won the Nobel Prize for that, by the way. But what Biden and I think that Trump had the most successful Middle East policy of any American president since FDR, and under Biden we've had the worst, because what Biden did immediately was to reverse the Abraham Accords. He opened the door to China. That's why Saudi Arabia, although it does not want to deal with China, had to do so, because they looked at the United States, saw it to be an unreliable partner. And what we have seen, and you talked about the propaganda war, is since that time we have seen Communist Party and central government media go into overdrive about how the United States as a society and as a force in the world is finished. And this has been Xi Jinping's primary form of diplomacy, which is intimidation, which is to tell people that they've got to ditch the United States and that they have got to start obeying China. And that is consistent. It's been from the beginning, for instance, of the Biden administration, when we saw China's top two diplomats go to Anchorage to meet Secretary Blinken and National Security Advisor. You're shaking your head. I agree with you entirely. When Blinken and Sullivan, and we heard from Yang Jiechi, who was then China's top diplomat, the United States can no longer speak to China from a position of strength, quote unquote. And that has really been what we have heard. And that's what we heard yesterday with the two of them. So whether we're talking about TikTok or any of their other social media means, that's what they're doing. And by the way, if I could just mention about TikTok, it is, of course, dancing bears, but it's also glorifying drug use, pushing critical race theory. And in 2020, Radio Free Asia reported that an intelligence unit of the People's Liberation Army based themselves in the now closed Houston consulate. And from there, they used artificial intelligence and big data to identify Americans likely to participate in Black Lives Matter and Antifa protests. And then the PLA, the Chinese military, sent those Americans videos via TikTok on how to riot. That's more than just subversion. That's an act of war. And that's the reason why TikTok is so dangerous. Of course, it's surveillance. Everyone who becomes a chairman of a House committee was once a 16-year-old. Every senator, same thing. And that's why China is gathering this data and learning what those particular individuals like and how they can influence them in the future.
Thank you, Gordon. Senator, we look at all of these challenges, and I think you can forgive a lot of Americans for asking, why aren't we doing more? I think that you have given an interview or two over time that has talked about a little bit of detachment from reality on the part of our current leadership. Can you help us try to answer that question that comes up from time to time? What's keeping us from doing more?
I think as conservatives, we really have not grasped the extent to which the radical left has infiltrated every major institution, not only of America, but globally. The mass historic, I always say, the left was when they captured our university system, so they're teaching our teachers to indoctrinate our children with, as Governor Sanders said, just crazy things. They've obviously captured our media. We don't have journalists anymore. We have advocates. They don't invite me on to interview me. They invite me on to argue with me. You look at the lack of seriousness in our media. I get my news feeds on the iPad. It's always Kardashians. It's all. I mean, it's not this kind of discussion. It was interesting during the omnibus spending debate before Christmas. I asked my colleagues, but I also asked news media, anybody know how much we spent last year? And I literally just got blank stares. A couple of people said, well, like over $1 trillion. No, that's discretionary. I mean, do you know what we totally spent in the government? Nobody knew. I mean, nobody knew. The largest financial entity in the world, the reporters that report on it, the board of directors, the members of Congress who are supposed to vote for it, nobody knew how much we spent. But it's not their fault. It's because we never talk about it. The level of dysfunction is so profound in this town. The lack of seriousness in terms of our news media. That's why it's so easy to propagandize to us, why it's so easy to carry the big lie, to distract Americans. And it's that distraction that weakens us. We're talking about China. We're talking about the compromise of this administration. I mean, Senator Grassley and I were doing our investigation during COVID. Not an easy thing, by the way. When everything shut down, nobody could come in for interviews. I certainly did not have the support of my Republican conference to subpoena people. So again, we had a great deal of pushback in terms of our investigation, but we issued that report in the end of September. Showed all the troubling financial entanglements of the Biden family, the corrupt Biden Inc. It was completely blacked out by the media. It wasn't covered. Where it was covered, it was just simply ridiculed. Oh, nothing new to see here. There was all kinds of new things to see here. All kinds of troubling things. And yet it wasn't covered. Now we're starting to get some coverage out of conservative media as the House is starting to investigate it. And, both Senator Grassley and I just take a look at that. Well, that's not exactly new. We reported that back in September. So again, we need to fully understand as conservatives, as freedom lovers, what we're up against. It's not a fair fight. It's not a level playing field. So again, we can have academic discussions and we can all lay these things out, but again, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody can hear it, then that's what's happening right now. I mean, these serious debates aren't covered. The truth is not covered. It is covered up. And people covering up have their own vested interests. So again, we need to grapple with that as conservatives and realize it's got to be we the people. We're not going to get help by the media. We're not going to get help from our education systems. We've got a tough battle on our hands here.
We do. And one of the reasons you don't see elected officials responding as these two great Americans do is the public is not pressuring them to do so. So they don't go, governors don't go to a fundraiser and have somebody come up. I hope occasionally they do, but normally nobody comes up and says, you need to do something about China. It's just not the thing that they hear a great deal, but it is so important. I don't know that it can be stopped. I think it'll take a cataclysmic event for the American people to awaken. More 20-year-olds know who Snoop Dogg is than Xi Jinping. Yeah. I mean, and an NBA player who's so close to China is beloved by so many young Americans that will grow into adult Americans. Lobbyists in this town, how many would we think that the Chinese Communist Party or China as a nation has on the payroll? A lot. So they're working the halls of Congress every day. These two great Americans, I'm sure, feel that. Because you have to believe they push back. They will find a way. Do you think anybody from China has ever talked to George Soros? I'm just going to say. I tell people Noah was a conspiracy theorist until it started to rain. Yeah. They stay every day after this, and they won't stop.
All my conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
There you go.
That's right.
There you go.
It's raining.
Well, when it comes to this information warfare or propaganda game, we definitely have the deck stacked against us domestically, the way things have rolled out. But Chairman Green, can you talk a little bit about the difference between what Soviet-style propaganda was versus what I would say that was actually more of a clumsy exercise? We're in a much more sophisticated information warfare environment at this point. Could you share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you think of the movies that come out of Hollywood that subtly support what China is doing. I'll give you an excellent example of actually where Hollywood stood up. The #1 grossing movie last year was Maverick. And initially, Paramount was prepared to take the Taiwanese flag off the jacket of Tom Cruise and, to get access to billions of dollars out of China and sales in China, then stood up and said, nope, we're not doing that. Of course, they lost millions, but they actually prevented China from making a statement in the United States through Hollywood. I have a bill I just recently reintroduced. I didn't see the light of day in the Democrat-controlled House last Congress, but we'll get it done this year. We're right now subsidizing movies in Hollywood. The federal government does this. Either the State Department, DOD, when they make a military movie, we loan them aircraft.
Governors do it.
Governors do this. Actually, when I was a state senator in Tennessee, we had a budget to pay to have movies filmed in Tennessee. These subsidies need to go away if Hollywood is going to kowtow to the Chinese Communist Party. So that bill, the Screen Act, is readying itself to go through the process. But it manifests in TikTok, as we said, all the social media giants that do it. Of course, the media that won't cover the real story. Those are all mechanisms. And just think of it as that Weiqi board, just one piece further encircling the United States. This is a part of a very complex strategy, and it's just as obvious as the Belt and Road Initiative.
Thank you. Now, Gordon, there's an area of policy that we've talked about and shared some experience over in Taiwan. And it is one of those issues that seems to percolate up in the media and on Capitol Hill and other places from time to time. I strongly support those who want to go see a place for themselves. And I think it's really, really important that all of our leaders, whether it's state, federal level, go and see this frontline society for themselves. But Gordon, what would you say is kind of the most important thing for people to understand about what China's trying to do, what the Taiwanese people are trying to do, and what the United States should do for the right kind of outcome with Taiwan?
Well, the reasons why Taiwan is important to the United States and why defending Taiwan is actually defending America is because since the 1800s, our Western defense perimeter has been off the coast of East Asia, and Taiwan is at the center of that line where both the East China Sea and South China Sea meet. But really, there's couple more important issues right now. One of them is, in general, China is attacking not just our democracy, but it's attacking all democracies, and we can't allow China to absorb any democracy, especially one as important as Taiwan. But also, there's something that's arisen recently. Those are two long-term reasons. One's recent, and that is, after the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, Taiwan has become the test of American credibility around the world. And I'm not talking just about East Asia, I'm talking everywhere. We know these days that as you see the breakdown of deterrence, Putin, after all, invaded Ukraine despite facing a far superior coalition in the US, EU, and Great Britain. We know that the bad actors don't respect the United States anymore. And Taiwan is sort of become the red line. And that means that if we lose Taiwan, we're going to lose not just our treaty relationships in Asia with Japan, the Philippines, and others, but we could lose our treaty relationships around the world in Europe, largely because people will say, well, the word of the United States no longer is any good. So this has become vitally important for us. And that means that I think that although it might not be popular right now, we know that Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping are looking at our reaction in Ukraine and then using that to determine whether they're going to commit further acts of aggression. And that really means that the future of Taiwan is going to be settled on the battlefields of Ukraine. And that makes this so important. Remember, Ukraine's become a proxy war for superpowers. That's the way the Chinese and the Russians see it. That's the way that we should see it as well. We may not want to as Americans because this is so difficult in a sense, but we have to understand the significance of everything that happens at this moment because for many reasons, I believe this is the most consequential moment in history, and it's certainly the most dangerous.
Thank you, Gordon.
Well said.
Chairman Green, I know you're going to have to escape before too long here. I wonder if you might share some of your perspective on what's coming over the horizon in the U.S. House of Representatives on policy that would perhaps improve deterrence with regard to the Taiwan situation, some of these, the malign influences within our country, what we need to be doing to repair our ship of state with our military, et cetera. You mentioned your Screen Act as one way of chipping away at this. Could you share a little bit more about what you see on the agenda in the months ahead?
Sure. I think very soon, within a week or two, the nearshoring bill that I mentioned earlier will be in the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And what that bill does is, I'm a conservative, so I don't want to spend taxpayer dollars. It uses private investment dollars to create a low-interest loan program. The investor gets a market rate through the Development Finance Corporation. The loan gets bought down with the China tariff money for any American company that that's manufacturing in China and wants to bring that to Latin America. That's a win-win-win because creating opportunity in Latin America helps us gain allies, compete against the Belt and Road Initiative, but it also decreases pressure on our southern border. So that's one win-win-win that you'll see really in the next couple of weeks. More broadly, you're going to see the Defense Department making huge strides to fix recruiting, but that kind of goes back to some of the other things we've talked about, patriotism in the country, the capture of the woke stuff that's happening in the military. We have to fix our Pentagon acquisitions pipeline. We've got to basically move forces to the Indo-Pacific to reposition and it's a long ways away. We responded to the Ukraine issue because we had brigades in Europe that could quickly get to Romania and Poland. We don't have that in Asia. It's certainly not what we need. You'll see increased money going to the weapons of the future, AI, quantum, hypersonics, long-range fires, things of that nature. Cyber. We have a huge threat to cyber. If you look at the attacks against our country, 60% roughly come from China. That involves not only the theft of intellectual property, but also the theft, the hack of the military personnel records. 4 million former military and military members and members of our government, China stole all their data, to include their security clearance data. This is a huge threat to the country, and we have to do better. And one of the initiatives we're going to do in Homeland Security is to try to address the siloed approach we have right now to cyber. We look at cyber as each department, and we're missing the area in between. When you think about risk to patients, and I ran a healthcare company, founded and ran a healthcare company, the risk to the patient was when they went from the emergency department to the ICU, or from the ICU to radiology to get a CT scan, those transition points. Same in cyber. It's the nodes of aggregation between our departments, between our companies and our governments that are at risk. And so we're going to put all the cyber subcommittees of all the various committees into one meeting and do this to approach a whole of government approach to defending our nation in cyberspace. So there are several different initiatives that you're going to see. Of course, we'll continue to push to close the southern border. We're going to hold Mayorkas accountable for the loss of control at our southern border and many other things. So thank you for letting me be here.
Thank you so much. Senator, I'd like to sort of ask you the same question. I know our friendly governor here said at the state level, the Senate is where bills go to die. We hope
Which is often a very good thing.
it can be good.
Most often.
That's right. That is a good thing.
For fiscal responsibility especially. But Senator, could you share your view on what the horizon holds out in the work in your body? You are on Homeland Security and Foreign Affairs, but there, as we've discussed, there are so many other areas of jurisdiction that would be relevant to meeting this China challenge. Is there hope on the horizon for action that can be taken?
I'm the wrong guy to ask for hope. No, this is where I'll be the least uplifting. Let me just lay out an example. In February 2020, as Chairman of Homeland Security in the Senate, I held a roundtable with Scott Gottlieb, Julie Gerberding, former head of CDC and the FDA. And the main takeaway out of that hearing, again, we're aware of the pandemic. Now we don't, nobody knows exactly what's happening. The main takeaway there is we don't produce precursor chemicals or active pharmaceutical ingredients here in the U.S. I mean, very, very little. Precursor chemicals primarily China, API, active pharmaceutical ingredients, China, and primarily India. So we know that, and we know that in February. It was news to me. I kept talking about it internally. Since that point in time, we spent, what, $7, $8, $9, $10 trillion? $1 trillion infrastructure bill, a China bill. Did we even spend a dime trying to onshore something that is that significant a national security threat? As Chairman of Homeland Security, I held multiple hearings on the threat of EMP and even GMD, geomagnetic disturbances. We missed by a few days a massive solar flare on the order of the Carrington effect that wiped out telegraph wires back then in the 1800s. Have we done anything there? I mean, there are things we should do. We should be buying, for example, large power transformers, which are irreplaceable, even in the intermediate term, if something like that were to happen. Buy those, pre-position them so we can, hook them back up. Have we spent a dime on that? No. We've spent trillions of dollars on more welfare programs, making more Americans dependent. The United States Senate is, by and large, the Human Resource Department for the administration. So one of the reasons I gave up my seniority and my membership on Senate Foreign Relations because I was just sick of being the Human Resource Department for the State Department. Got on Senate Finance because when we did tax reform, I would say, pretty well blew that. We were going to completely ignore about 95% of American businesses. I made sure that they got a tax cut, but not permanent. That runs out in 2026. I want to be on Senate Finance so I could at least try and address that problem. So my point, there was a reason I didn't want to run for a third term. The profound dysfunction of this place is annoying, to say the least. Okay? But why is it so dysfunctional? Why is it so unserious? And I think that gets right back to the propagandizing, the TikToks. I mean, we are being distracted so our enemies prevail. And until we open our eyes as a society, this isn't going to change. Again, we all say this is unsustainable, this level of debt and deficit. Have we done anything about it? No. Right now, it's, again, a big scare campaign. They're threatening the full faith and credit of the United States. We're not doing that. There's no way we're going to default on our debt. $4.9 trillion worth of revenue more than covers servicing the debt, Social Security, Medicare. We're just not serious in this country. So, I did run again. Ran against an opponent that it should have been a landslide. I won by the skin of my teeth. How bad does it have to get? But I tell you, I call it a 6-year sentence. I want a 6-year term, and what I am dedicated to doing is uncovering and exposing the truth. So again, I know my comments haven't really been directed necessarily at our problems with China. I think these gentlemen have done a more than adequate job of doing that. I'm trying to address the more fundamental problems and issues faced this country, that if we don't address those, we have no hope of addressing the very real and growing threat that China represents.
Well, Senator, I think I can speak for many friends in the audience. Thank you, Chairman, for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're grateful for the glass half empty or more than half empty view that you bring to and a very healthy dose of skepticism. We were joking a little bit in the green room before coming in that some of us were born into families where sarcasm and skepticism were sort of right from the moment of birth and sort of beaten into us all through our upbringing. And so I think we're very, very grateful to have you this committed and fired up to go after the truth. The truth is on the side of freedom. And I can't think of a better way of framing it up, that they're weakening us so that our enemies will win. That is a pretty dire warning, but it's absolutely appropriate. Thank you very, very much for that. Governor, I wanted to turn a somewhat similar question of what's on the horizon in the House, what's on the horizon in the Senate, to what's on the horizon in the states. We've talked a bit about ag land and mentioned a few other issues. You're active in talking with your colleagues, and at the FPI, we're working with our partners in several states to try to address these issues that relate to China and other issues. Help us have a view of what's on the horizon.
Yeah, it has changed. When I first started talking about China, the governors would sort of look at their shoes when I would try to tell them about it, and I get that. They had transportation, education, healthcare. They were worried about those things, not the Chinese. And we're not. And so when I go to the RGA, governors come up and say, tell me more about that. We just had a large Chinese company come to my state, and they want to invest. And said it's a CCP. It's a Communist Chinese Party that is coming to your state. And they like to get in your office and take a photograph. So now they have a photograph with the governor. And before long, if they can find their way into the office of the United States Senator, thank God for this senator. I'm so glad he ran again. And he is here fighting this. Two things happen when you start talking about China. One, you pull back the curtain. You find people who are against your legislation to prohibit or limit the purchase of land. People come out of places that you wouldn't expect and oppose that. Some say, oh, no, we can't prohibit a farmer from selling his land. It's a willing buyer and a willing seller, and I get that, but they are buying America. So at least let's get into place a review process so we know who we're selling our farmland to, who we're selling our soybean elevators. But yeah, when the curtain is pulled back, it is absolutely surprising the number of people that are allies, that are friends, a friendship with the Chinese Communist Party or the Chinese government. So that's the first one. And secondly, you will be attacked. You will be attacked. Congressmen, senators, governors, and it will be slow. It may be on some social media platform. It may be by a national media source that all of a sudden calls and wants to talk to you from New York, some exotic place like Boston. Well, when they say we'd like to talk to you about China, they're not going to congratulate you for taking a hard stand and resisting the Chinese Communist Party. Oh no, you're going to hate the Chinese people. The attacks on American Chinese population will be your fault. Absolutely, it doesn't matter who it is. You'll be a white supremacist, don't you see? Of course, that's what all white supremacists, wherever they're at, that's what they're doing, is attacking the Chinese people. This is some type of lunacy, but it's not. It's a theory that the Chinese believe in, and it's slowly, the Belt and the Road, the Long Road, slowly deteriorating. Anybody that stands against them, attack. And so the other elected officials will look and say, well, the last thing I'm going to do is say anything bad about China. Look what happened to that guy. Look what happened to this governor. So we've got to stand and fight.
Thank you very much, Governor, for your leadership on this area. Gordon, we're going to be wrapping up here momentarily. I wanted to engage with you just a bit about what you see as the number one or two ways that the American people can actively support changes that will tip the balance somewhat back in our favor with this struggle.
There's a range of policy things that we can do, but each and every single American, we can call our broker and say, sell Chinese stocks. More important, Tell your broker to sell international mutual funds because they almost inevitably include Chinese stocks because Chinese stocks are now in the MSCI index. Second thing, when you go to your store, if you have a choice, buy the stuff that's not from China. We do not have to support a hostile regime with our everyday purchasing decisions. And Senator Rick Scott has talked about COOL, country of origin labeling. Demand websites include that, make this part of the law. We need to know where our stuff comes from. These are very simple things that we can do. Now, of course, they're the big policy stuff that we've talked about today, and those are critical. But Steve, if I just may, Chinese Americans are not subject to hate because of people criticizing the Communist Party. Chinese Americans have made themselves vulnerable by openly supporting the Communist Party of China. And if you go to San Francisco and you see the flags of the PRC flying over Chinatown, many Americans, I think every American, has a right to ask, who are these people? What are they doing in our country? Are they loyal to the United States? So the First Amendment gives you a right to speak. It gives you a right not to speak. Chinese Americans have a right not to speak. But because so many of us have supported communism and supported the Communist Party and been against liberty and freedom, we Chinese Americans, we have an obligation now to talk about liberty and freedom because this is our country and we can lose it.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Well, we end at the beginning. I think Gordon very, very helpfully drove home a point that we try in all of our work to get across. Of course, the Communist Party of China is not an ethnicity. It is an evil regime, and it's a government. And last I heard, it's okay to criticize a government. I know it's dangerous in America these days, but it's even more dangerous in China. But the Communist Party of China is, I believe, the most comprehensive threat to our way of life and the world we thought we built. And so I'm grateful to our colleagues at the AFPI for having us drive this very optimistic day forward at the outset with the nature of this challenge and the work that we aim to do together. I really want to deeply thank Senator Johnson for coming and sharing his time and insight with us, Congressman Green for joining us on this. Governor Bryant, it is always a pleasure to hear what you have to say, and you say it in the best words. And Gordon, thank you very much for your insight and commitment to this cause and joining us. And so on behalf of the China Policy Initiative, thank you all for joining the panel. Thank you. Thank you.
Taking a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back here shortly for Protecting Americans Here at Home. Thank you.
An enormous celebration in Tiananmen Square marking the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Chinese Communist Party.
Xi Jinping making a veiled threat against the United States, saying that any threats would be met with a great wall of steel.
Emboldened. President Xi was not talking like this, rather, a year or two ago.
Stop giving China freebies on making these kinds of threats.
Does this administration understand that China is an existential threat to the United States?
We're going to compete vigorously. I'm looking to manage this competition responsibly.
Stop talking about them as a strategic competitor. They are an existential threat. The intelligence is clear.
Secret operative of the Chinese military.
There are all these Chinese students that are incredibly talented, but a whole bunch of them are spies.
They're threatening Taiwan. They're stealing our technology. We need some kind of strategic decoupling.
I think the Biden administration has been weak. The most strategically significant thing to happen in the last 3 years was COVID. It came from China and not even a mention.
America First means that our allies see us as a reliable partner. America First does not mean America alone.
We're here in South Texas in the Rio Grande Valley sector. This is really ground zero for what has been the border crisis for the past 14 months.
Communities are being overwhelmed by hordes of illegal immigrants.
It's a real serious issue. 25% of the women who start out to make this trip survive. It's just horrific.
The scary part here is public safety and national security. Whatever comes across the border does not stay on the border. You are affected because you do have the narcotics that are coming into your communities.
The illegal drugs that are coming in, what the cartels are doing.
It's a crisis.
We are standing next to a border wall system. Once President Biden said we're not building anymore, the governor of the state of Texas said, well, that's a problem. We need to stop the illegal entries. So they started building the wall, same specifications that President Trump had built. A lot of tough things that we're seeing along the border these days. This physical infrastructure and some of the technology that we're seeing will help them be able to do their job better.
They're about to open the floodgates on the border.
This is truly attractive.
With Title 42 going away, they're really apprehensive of the surge is going to be when they're already stretched.
That's the frustrating part. They're not being given not only the resources, but the policies they need to do their job. America's future is America first.
America is founded upon the rule of law. It is the foundation of our prosperity, our freedom, and our very way of life.
The radical left has been pushing hard, teaching that the law is an oppressive, evil thing, something that must be defunded or even eliminated. And this dangerous way of thinking has led to the rampant crime epidemic we are seeing in our major cities. Fortunately, citizens outside of Washington realize this and are tired of the elites pushing for these radical policies.
America First Policy Institute is an organization that has America's best interest and safety at heart. We are going to champion law and order.
Our common sense approach puts the safety and well-being of Americans first in public policy.
What is in the best interest for the average American? Correcting the narrative in that the rule of law is a bedrock of any civilized society and is something to be followed and upheld.
Respecting law enforcement as those responsible for legitimately upholding order.
Ending human trafficking, one of the most egregious crimes of our time that treats human beings as a commodity.
Enforcing the law. Laws on the books are designed to keep our country safe and running.
And they are to be enforced.
We need a reversal of this past year, where we have seen parents treated as domestic terrorists law enforcement deplored and denigrated, and federal entities abscond from their responsibility to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law.
The people need to speak up, and at America First Policy Institute, we will show them how. They need to establish that politicians pay a price for years of removing deterrence for crime, not prosecuting or incarcerating those who commit crime, and shaming or eliminating law enforcement responsible for upholding the law.
And freedom, the bedrocks of our republic, putting America and Americans first.
And Americans first.
America first.
America's future is America first.
Ladies and gentlemen, If you will please take your seats, we'll be getting started in just 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
We're here in South Texas in the Rio Grande Valley sector. This is really ground zero for what has been the border crisis for the past 14 months.
Communities are being overwhelmed by hordes of illegal immigrants.
It's a real serious issue. 25% of the women who start out to make this trip survive. It's just horrific.
The scary part here is public safety and national security. Whatever comes across the border does not stay on the border. You are affected because you do have the narcotics that are coming into your communities.
The illegal drugs that are coming in, what the cartels are doing. It's a crisis.
We are standing next to a border wall system. Once President Biden said we're not building anymore, the governor of the state of Texas said, well, that's a problem. We need to stop the illegal entries. So they started building the wall, same specifications that President Trump had built. A lot of tough things that we're seeing along the border these days. This physical infrastructure and some of the technology that we're seeing will help them be able to do their job better.
They're about to open the floodgates on the border.
This is truly attractive.
With Title 42 going away, they're really apprehensive of the surge is going to be when they're already stretched.
That's the frustrating part. They're not being given not only the resources, but the policies they need to do their job. America's future is America first.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce our second panel, Protecting Americans Here at Home, moderated by Mr. Hogan Gidley.
Good morning, everyone. It's still morning. I want to introduce our amazing panel. First of all, thank each of you for being in the room today, and thank you on the panel as well for your participation in this very important topic. Congressman Wesley Hunt is a father, he is a husband, he is an Army vet, and he represents the 38th District of Texas, which is the energy capital of the world.
My man.
That's right.
Good job.
It's near Houston, of course, and he serves on the House Judiciary and Natural Resources Committee. Morgan Ortegas, to my right here immediately. She was former State Department spokesperson during the Trump administration and the founder and CEO of Polaris National Security. Pam Bondi served as the 37th Attorney General of Florida and is now AFPI's chair for the Constitutional Litigation Partnership and co-chair of the Center for Law and Justice. Stephen Miller, a sartorial savant, by the way, was the former senior advisor to President Trump in the West Wing and is the founder and president of America First Legal. Thank you for being here, Stephen.
Thank you.
Chad Wolf is the was the former acting secretary of the Department of Homeland Security and currently leads the America First Policy Institute as executive director, chief strategy officer, and chair of the Center for Homeland Security and Immigration. Chad? Well, this is such an important topic, is national security, obviously, for many reasons, and we typically think of these in traditional terms, as many of you understand. We're having panels today on China. Obviously, when you're thinking national security, you're thinking of the current situation with Russia, with Ukraine, obviously the Middle East. But at AFPI, we understand, in large measure, so much of our national security kind of gets overlooked as it relates to issues here at home. For example, we believe energy security is national security as well, being able to produce our own energy. We also understand that economic security is part of national security too. But homeland security most certainly is an overlooked topic but that should be categorized in that traditional thought process when you're, have top of mind national security. And a country needs to be able to feed itself, fight for itself, and fuel itself. And if we're going to be prosperous, we have to do those things. And so with that in mind, one of the biggest problems right now that we face in this country is the southern border. It is the worst border crisis of our entire lifetime. We've seen spikes in human trafficking, child smuggling, drugs pouring across our border, killing our children in this country. American families, American communities are suffering because of the policies in place right now. So it is a very humbling task to be up here with you guys today, but it's also daunting because I've got the best minds, but also the best mouths. And anyone up here could go the whole hour by themselves and talk about the issues you face, but we're going to have to try to condense this all because we just have an hour.
Facts.
That's exactly right. So I'm going to start off with kind of a general question for each panelist, and I'm going to start with you, Morgan, because you're right here to my right. And what do you think is the most significant threat facing our homeland today?
Well, it's definitely the border, although I'm going to cede some of my time to the Homeland Security Cabinet Secretary to actually go into detail on the border because he does know better than me. But I think if you look at what's an internal threat and then what is an external threat, obviously the border being the #1 national security concern is something that we have done on our own, something that we have made for ourselves. But the external threat that is the most pressing is something that I think you're talking about today, and that is obviously the Chinese Communist Party and its rise. Many of us in the room, Fred and others, have been working on national security. I have for almost 20 years. And I can tell you in 2015, we weren't talking about the Chinese Communist Party. Donald Trump single-handedly changed the foreign policy consensus in Washington, D.C. To focus on the threat. And you're seeing today as we're meeting and we're talking, there's a hearing on TikTok going on in the Hill. The China Committee will have the committee hearing tonight on the Uyghurs and the genocide there. A genocide, mind you, that President Trump and Mike Pompeo named in our administration that had not been named before. So we did a lot of groundbreaking things. But I always think it's important, Hogan, and I'm mindful that we're supposed to keep it quick, to put into context how much the consensus was changed in the Republican and in the Democratic Party by President Trump taking China head on. Another really important piece of historical context, because over the coming weeks and months, we're going to hear much more about Hunter Biden and and Joe Biden's brother and perhaps the president himself, their dealings with the Chinese Communist Party and other rogue actors from a financial perspective. Now, I wrote a long piece about this, but why is it important? It's of course important because we shouldn't have the president and his family members involved in these things. But don't forget, who was put in charge of the pivot to Asia, of the pivot to China in the Obama administration? It was Vice President Biden. And on those trips, these are when we saw fundamental flaws that happened in our policy that created the situation that we have today in China. And when you look at President Biden being the main interlocutor with Xi Jinping while he was vice president, being in charge of that relationship, that's whenever we saw the militarization of the South China Sea. That's when we saw mine and thousands, hundreds, who knows, at least several tens of thousands of American security clearance information stolen, IP theft. We could go down the list, but during the Obama-Biden administration, we saw advancements from the Chinese Communist Party that are making them the world power and are making them the chest thumpers that they are today. So I do think that historical context matters because it matters that Biden fundamentally screwed up the relationship with China by allowing and enabling their rise and not calling them out, whether he did it for his son's financial benefit or just because he's really bad at foreign policy, the outcome is still the same.
Thank you very much. Absolutely correct. Chad, to you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, clap for that. Yeah.
So this is a hard question to answer, and it's one I got a lot as acting secretary, which is what is the major threat to the homeland? And I talk about this in two different ways, and I said this at the time. The most existential threat to the United States is China. So we talked about that in the panel, and Morgan's talked about that, so I'm not going to elaborate even more, but yes to everything that she said and the panel said. But if you look at what's happening today, obviously what's going on our southern border is historic for a number of reasons. As I like to say, is the Biden administration is breaking records after records after records for all the wrong reasons. You don't want to break these records. These are numbers you never want to see. And why do I say that? Is because it's not just women and children seeking a better life coming across that border. There are some that do that, but we are seeing record numbers of criminals and public safety threats and, of course, national security threats. So when we talk about what is a national security threat to the homeland and the southern border, it's the fact that we're seeing over 140 different nationalities at that border every day. The fact that over 2/3 of the individuals coming to that border are no longer from Central America, which has historically been the path. It's those countries in Central America and Mexico that come up. Now 2/3 are from countries all over the world. And you have to ask the question, why is that? It's not just happenstance. It's because they know what everyone else knows, which is the border is open. And if you want to come into the U.S. and you don't want to be apprehended, now is the time to come. And then you have to ask yourself, why is that? Why would individuals want to come into our country not through a port of entry and want to evade law enforcement? Well, the answer is pretty clear. They're not here to do good things. They're here to do bad things at the end of the day. And so that, from a national security component, that is what is driving, I think, this crisis. It's why the Biden administration is taking their eye off the ball. They have the wrong approach to address what's going on here. And I don't think that they really understand really the national security threats that's facing the country. They talk about it. Secretary Mayorkas will say some things here and there about different law enforcement operations they're doing, but they're not really empowering DHS law enforcement to do their job at the end of the day. If you allow them to do their job, you give them a little direction, you allow them to do their job, they can do it efficiently and effectively. But what is occurring now is anything but. So I could go on and on about that. I'm sure Stephen and others have some thoughts. Good congressman represents the state of Texas, so it's impacting his state and other border states emphatically, but it also, every state is a border state, we say now, because what comes across that border does not stay on that border, particularly fentanyl and other elements. So great to be here. I think it's going to be a good discussion. We can talk days about the border and what's going on, but also interested in talking about solutions, which we have as well.
Thanks, Chad. And Congressman, Chad just mentioned you're on the front lines of this because you live in the state of Texas, represent the energy capital of the world, as I recall.
That's correct.
Exactly right. So
They're killing it.
So for you too, please tell us, what do you view as the most important significant threat we see right now?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. So happy to be here. Secondly, I've been wanting to say this all morning. We're in the Army Navy club, and I went to West Point. So go Army, beat Navy.
Yeah, there he goes.
Go Navy.
See, here we go. Here it is. But, being in Texas, we are seeing this every single day. What's happening at our border is a complete disaster. And what I want people to understand is that Americans are dying every single day. We lost 120,000 Americans last year to the fentanyl overdoses. And it's fentanyl that's coming from China that's being sold to the cartels that's poisoning our Americans. Now, at some point, the federal government has got to step in and say, are we going to protect our country or are we not? Are we going to protect our young people? Are we going to protect our citizens or are we not? I saw last week that President Trump said something that I kind of agree with to a certain extent, and that is the idea of making sure that those that sell drugs to our young people get the death penalty. Hoo-wah is right. Because if we've lost 100,000 people in the last year, 200,000 people in the last 2 years, newsflash, we're already at war. We lost 68,000 Americans in Vietnam. We are already at war. And so at what point are we as Americans going to take the fight to the cartels, fix our border like we've been talking about? And what I also want to bring up to my comrades on the left is the idea that a couple of years ago, we didn't have this problem. Now, you could say what you want. We weren't having these discussions. We weren't talking about Americans dying. We were talking about tweets that I thought were actually kind of funny, to be honest with you. And so I love being on this panel. I love the fact that we're having this conversation. And I am working tirelessly to try to pass some bill that makes sure that for every dollar that we spend in the Ukraine, we spend it on the border with DHS. Thank you.
I can't wait to get into that a little bit later, Congressman. But, I love the point you made, which is basically the current administration acts as though all of these things are just happening to him, like he had no say-so in this. It's all happening because of him and his policies, which we weren't talking about years ago. So, Stephen, same question to you. You were in all these meetings. You know what it takes to secure a border. So talk a little bit about what you think is the most significant threat facing us today.
Thank you. It's great to be here today with so many friends, old and new alike. I've known everyone on this panel for a while, some longer than others. I've gotten to know Congressman Hunt here very well over the last year, and some of you, like Pam, have been friends for a long time. And Chad and I did a lot of 24/7 work on behalf of President Trump to build a safe, secure, strong, and powerful border security system for the United States of America. And one of the things that we understood very well, we talked about it all the time, in 2020 and in the years before, because Chad was at DHS, I think pretty much for all 4 years, right? Was that the whole entire world was trying to come into the United States of America. The paradigm had shifted because of technology, transportation, and increased financial purchasing power in the developing world. So the way that people thought of illegal immigration in the 90s and early 2000s didn't exist anymore, where it was basically a bilateral problem between the United States and Mexico. And so we understood this, that if you look at the trends in 2015 and 2016 under President Obama, you saw that illegal immigration was becoming increasingly global in nature. And what Border Patrol and ICE were doing in 2015 and 2016 is if you came from a country other than Mexico, by and large, you were just getting released. Border Patrol didn't know what to do with you. So they would send people from Mexico back, but nobody else. And when we came in, we put in place a system of universal repatriation. I won't go into all the details of how we did it here. That would take hours. But if you came from any one of those 150 countries, the point is that you ended back up either in that country or in another country that was willing to take you. When Joe Biden came in and he terminated all of those policies and then put catch and release or catch and resettle on rocket boosters, and so the mission for Border Patrol and ICE changed from security to resettlement, and that your mission statement is to get any illegal immigrant into the interior as quickly, as rapidly possible. This created the greatest national security crisis in American history. And this is the key point, is that no crisis we faced before in our history, as bad as they have been, was as immediately existential as the border security crisis we have right now, where any country, any adversary, any enemy in the world can get anything or anybody they want into this country on demand. And they know that. Every day, think about it, every day the cartels can get 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 people past Border Patrol untouched, on top of the thousands that, again, are being resettled. So if a criminal organization in Mexico has the capacity to get thousands of people and all the contraband they're carrying into the United States, sight unseen, imagine the capabilities. Imagine what that opens up for adversaries around the world. We see China, of course, already exploiting this. Massive numbers coming in from China like we've never seen before. By the way, that's not a short flight from China to Mexico to the United States. Right? There is a greater game plan involved here when you suddenly see thousands of Chinese nationals streaming across the border. China's not in the hemisphere. They're not near Central America. They're not near anywhere in Latin America. They're on the other side of planet Earth. And so you see these what they call special interest aliens, aliens from countries that have significant national security threats coming in ever larger numbers. And again, many of them successfully entering the United States. So the foundation is being laid today for the espionage, for the counterintelligence against the United States, for the terrorist threats against the United States, for the great power rivalries against the United States, to get all of their assets into our country unblocked, uninhibited, unimpeded. By any definition, that's the greatest national security threat our country has ever faced, not counting, which we could get into, how does a country continue to be a country without a border? How do you culturally, socially, economically, financially, from any standpoint, maintaining the rule of law, all the things that make a country, a society stable, all of that disappears. That's just in addition to all the threats that are already laid out. So it is the greatest national security crisis that we face, and it's going to be incumbent upon conservatives in Congress to put forward strategies and solutions to fix it. And I will say that I think one of the greatest ideas, which was just teased for us, is absolutely there needs to be an amendment that rides on any Ukraine funding that has a dollar-for-dollar requirement for pure security operations in the United States. Yes. Not catch and resettle, pure security operations in the United States. And anyone who votes against that will be known forever as being on the wrong side of the most important threat facing this country today.
Thank you. Stephen, I always love your ability to start here and then get here all by yourself. I love it so much. Pam, you also come from a large state, the state of Florida. So talk a little bit about what you view as one of the most significant issues we face.
Well, to take it down to the trenches, being an AG, former AG in the state of Florida, everything they just said, China and the border. And here's why. Being an AG, I saw kids overdosing. I hugged parents every day whose children were overdosing from this trash coming into our country. We were doing everything to get it under control. We were building the wall. We were securing our borders. DEA in a little place called Lodgepole, Nebraska, they were getting this trash out of the hands of drug dealers, bringing it in from China. Pounds and pounds of fentanyl. And they were stopping it. It was working. All that has stopped now. Remember when President Trump called President Xi and said, keep your fentanyl out of my country? That's not happening anymore. And living it day to day as a prosecutor and as a former attorney general, it's truly unbelievable. They're lacing drugs with fentanyl. What's the drug of choice for kids on the street now? Adderall, Xanax, all the stuff during exams to help them study. They're buying it on the street. It's laced with a tiny amount of fentanyl, and they're dropping dead. In St. Petersburg, Florida, in 5 days, 3 guys dropped dead because they thought they were buying either an Adderall or a Xanax on the street. Imagine being their families. It's real. It's happening. We know this junk is being made in China. They initially were taking it through Mexico to get it into our country, but we were stopping them. And now it's a free-for-all. And we are losing our children at an alarming rate. And it should scare everyone to death. And that's why we have to protect our borders and we have to fight back against China.
Thank you, Pam. All right, the first set of questions I really want to focus on the southern border, national security. Chad, starting with you. The Biden administration really wants the American people to believe that those who are coming across our border are basically all women and children just fleeing some type of persecution or some dangerous situation. So tell us the truth, what you experienced as relates to the people coming across.
Sure, I think you just have to visit the border to begin with. So that usually helps. Congressman's colleagues and others, we've had 2 field hearings House Republicans have along the border. None of them have been attended by a Democrat. So, which is interesting since they're going to try to solve the problem, I guess, from D.C. There is no substitute for going down to the border, talking to Border Patrol, men and women, agents that do that job every day. They'll talk about the children. They'll talk about over the last 2 years, we've had over 320,000 unaccompanied children come across that border. These are children that have been separated from their parents because of the policies of this administration. Just think about that, 320,000. You talk about the national security threats. You talk about the public safety threats. These are all things that Border Patrol agents will talk to you about because that's what they see. Their job when they go to the Border Patrol Academy in New Mexico is to protect the country. They want to be out there on the line, protecting the country from bad people and bad things coming into the country. They don't want to be inside facilities processing migrants, which is what they've been doing for the past 24 months and probably for the next 24 months. They don't want to be doing that because it takes them off the line and away from that national security position that they're doing. A couple of numbers. Last year, over 90 individuals on the known or suspected terrorist watch list were apprehended at that southern border. Those, as I like to say, those are the stupid ones. Those are the ones that got caught, right? The thousands and thousands of more individuals getting across that border in what we call gotaways never get caught, never come into contact with a law enforcement agent. How many of those are known or suspected terrorists? The answer is, I don't know. But the more alarming answer is DHS doesn't know either. And so you have no idea who's coming across that border. So as Stephen said, that is why it's a national security threat. It's not just what this administration will try to tell you, well, they come up with a variety of different reasons. First, it was Trump, and then it was cyclical, and then it was seasonal, and now it's just a migration problem around the world that a lot of people are moving between countries. We've always had this issue. The question is, how do you make it an orderly process? We have over 30 ports of entry along that border. There are legal ways to come into the country. There's over 75 different visas to apply for, be vetted for, to come into the country. And so when I hear folks on the Hill talk about, we got to solve this legal migration issue, you're not going to solve anything as long as the border's open. No one's going to apply to a visa program and be vetted if they can simply come across that border, be released into the country, and 6 months later have a work permit, which is what is occurring today. It's impacting American workers. It's impacting our security. So for all the reasons that Stephen mentioned and many more, this is the number one, in my mind, national security threat because it's impacting Americans every day. There's a lot of different panels that we'll talk about that are impacting Americans, some in the future. Not only the human trafficking, the human slavery, but also the fentanyl crisis, which we've talked about. These are killing Americans every day, and I think it should be the cartels, which I hope we talk about, should be public enemy number one. And we should be devoting all of our resources to defeating the cartels today.
Very sobering data, Chad, and we'll be getting to the cartels momentarily. But Stephen, you were really at the heart of kind of putting together a sane, rational policy at the southern border. But many of those initiatives, as you know in this room, were tied up in the courts. And so now you're leading an effort to kind of do the same thing to the Biden administration to stop some of their bad policies, or at least put them in jail, so to speak, for just a moment. Talk a little bit about what you're doing on that front and how important it is to securing sound policy for this country.
Thanks. Well, yes, as Hogan mentioned, there was an unprecedented flood of litigation against the Trump administration's entire domestic and foreign policy, from the ACLU and the whole spectrum of radical left legal organizations, which between them have hundreds of millions of dollars at their disposal, not to mention the free man hours they get from all of the big corporate white shoe law firms, which is worth tens of millions of dollars more. But in particular, in the immigration space, we didn't do anything without getting sued. And that's because the people who understand immigration policy, who were on the wrong side of it, knew how incredibly powerful and impactful what we were doing was. So, one sense, I mean, of course, it's terrible, but it's also validation that what you are doing truly matters, that they were so desperate to stop it. And so what we developed in response to that litigation was, in effect, American history's first ever tiger team of lawyers who were skilled at going to court and winning vital immigration cases and establishing winning precedents. So when we won the litigation on Remain in Mexico, for example, right, that had to be done. There was going to be a moment in history where this law was going to be tested, someone had to execute it, and somebody had to win it in court. And we saw it through and we won it. And so now, for the rest of American history, that precedent is there and that will stand, and that roadmap exists. And policy after policy, we were able to do that, where we were able to implement a desperately needed policy, have someone attack it in court, and stand up and beat them. And that did take years to do, because our court system is slow and it's cumbersome and it's burdensome. But ultimately, we prevailed time and time and time and time again on one vital immigration action after another. And the Biden administration now is doing the exact opposite of that, which is they are violating the laws of the United States to implement policies that require our border agents, as I mentioned earlier, and our ICE officers to release people. So we were taking statutes that had been unenforced for decades, and we were putting them on the books for the first time, or we were taking the laws on the books and enforcing them for the first time ever. So things like Safe Third statutes, Remain in Mexico, public charge law, asylum bars. We took all of these dormant statutes that Congress had passed. Remember the refrain, people always say, enforce the laws on the books, enforce the laws on the books. We showed up and we said, well, what the hell are the laws on the books? Let's take a look and see what's actually there. And we found out, oh my God, this administration before us, and the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that, hasn't used a single one of these tools that have been on the books for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years in some cases. And we looked at the regulations and we said, These regulations violate the laws that Congress passed. You have an entire regulatory code that's just been sitting here that violates the statutes that Congress passed. And so we had to get into the guts of all of that, rewrite all these regulations, rewrite all these policies, rewrite all these memos, and fight and defend every one of them in court. Then Biden comes in, and what does he do? He says, my policies are going to violate the laws on the books. I'm going to do the opposite of the Trump administration. I'm going to look at the black letter law and order people to do the opposite. If this law says ICE has to detain somebody, I'm saying you have to release that person. And so my organization, America First Legal, alongside some really incredible attorneys general like Ken Paxton in Texas, with whom we've gotten very close. I would argue Ken Paxton is one of the most courageous attorneys in the entire country. We have filed lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, and we have defeated a lot of really terrible policies, again, along with great AGs like Ken Paxton. And one of our biggest lawsuits right now, and on this note, is to defeat the administration's parole policy. And what that is, in very simple language, is that they are giving people who come to the border free permission to enter the United States on the theory of this humanitarian parole provision, which is meant to be for very extreme, limited circumstances like a medical emergency, and they're using it to let hundreds of thousands of people in with work permits, as Chad mentioned earlier. It's basically like DACA, but for new illegal aliens. And so we're suing in court. Florida also has litigation on the same issue as well, too. But we're suing in court. We expect to prevail. And if we do prevail, it will do a great deal to at least impede some of this catch and resettle policy that I've talked about.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. You have certain policies you implement that give us the lowest numbers of human trafficking and child smuggling and drugs, and then you do the exact opposite. What do you think is going to happen? Of course, we're going to see such dangerous situation at the border. But Morgan, you were at the State Department with Secretary Pompeo, and you guys helped lead negotiations with Mexico and Guatemala, Honduras. Not typically a role necessarily for the State Department to worry about the southern border, but you guys kind of stood in the gap. Talk a little bit about that and tell the group what you guys had to go through.
Well, Secretary Pompeo obviously had to do that very closely with Chad and Stephen and everybody at the White House. And I think, what was great about the Trump administration is every administration has an organizing principle, and ours really was to put Americans first. Why we're all here today, what the name of AFPI is, what the name of Stephen's group is. And so we looked at our policy with Mexico, with the Northern Triangle countries from that perspective. I will tell you whether it was Mexico, or if we were in the Middle East or Asia, it didn't matter. The reason why Secretary Pompeo was able to negotiate from a position of strength with these countries around the world is because he had a president who operated from a position of strength. And that can sound really simplistic, but what does that mean? It means, for example, when you had John Kerry, when he was Secretary of State in the Obama administration, and he was negotiating the JCPOA, the really terribly flawed Iran deal. One of the reasons that other than being a really bad negotiator and just very naive, but one of the reasons why I think fundamentally why the JCPOA was such a bad deal is because the Iranians were not afraid of the previous administration, and they were able to outwork us at a deal because they knew that Secretary Kerry had limits on what he was able to do. And I can't tell you what a juxtaposition it was to walk into a room with Mike Pompeo, with the Secretary of State, who had a president who backed him up and who had a president who wasn't afraid of the use of force if needed. We obviously did not start any new wars. We did not, employ more troops around the world, and instead we focused on when we had to take pinpoint precision and action, like everybody remember the Moab bomb in Afghanistan, or if you remember ISIS. We don't talk about ISIS anymore, right? In 2014, ISIS was chopping heads off of journalists and people around the Middle East, and President Trump and our administration had to come in and clean up that mess and decimate the caliphate. What are we seeing today on ISIS? We saw just a few days ago, last week, a general saying that ISIS-K, which is ISIS in Afghanistan, could be able to attack us, maybe even through the southern border within 6 months. And so you're going to start hearing things back in the news that we haven't heard since the Obama administration. So when it comes to Mexico, those of us who are in academic foreign policy circles spend a lot of time talking about, what is the true definition of a narco state or a failed state or, whatever you want to call it. I don't really care what the academic name is. The bottom line is that you have a foreign nation on our border that essentially allows for all of the things that we talked about today, and you have cartels that run with impunity. Now, we have I worked years ago at the Treasury Department on the intelligence side. We actually have a lot of authorities that Stephen could go into more detail. If anybody wants another hour, we can do another hour for you guys somewhere talking about the kingpin authorities and the designations there. And you see the debate in Congress on the AUAMF. Should we change our use of force, the guiding principles in Mexico? All of that's going to be debated on the Hill from a defense perspective. And I think that is an incredibly important debate, no matter where we end up. That debate is really important because Mexico needs to know, which they don't currently know under this administration, that we mean business. They need to hear from Republicans that if and when we are back in the White House, that tolerating cartels that are going to do all of the actions that we heard about today, that's not going to be defensible in our administration. And I would just close by saying, whether it was in Mexico, whether it was in the Northern Triangle countries, we walked in from a position of strength that we weren't going to go out and give a press conference after the meeting and say really nice flattery words and talk about, these things that make no sense, mutual shared trust and values. I think we wrote that in every speech, and I tried to take it out of every speech. But instead, they knew that they were going to deal with a very direct Secretary of State and a very direct president that would use all of the levers that Stephen just talked about in order to protect Americans and keep them safe. And I know I said finally once, but now I mean finally. I was just at the border last August with about 9 or 10 women who were running for Congress. Many of them, almost, I think 7 or 8 of them actually won, and that was fantastic. One of the things that we did at the border was spend time with the people who are working on human trafficking, who are working on the rape of women and teenage girls, who are working on these incredibly devastating issues. And I can tell you there is nothing humanitarian. There's nothing that's pro-women, even though they can't even define the word women, but there's nothing that is good for women or good for teenage girls or good from any sort of humanitarian perspective happening at that border. In fact, we were told from one of the human rights groups about a rape tree. This is a tree where these gangsters, terrorists, for lack of a better word, put women's undergarments in the tree in order to brag about how many women and teenage girls they have raped. This is disgusting, heinous stuff. It's very serious. And while this administration may not have a plan, I think it's incumbent upon all of us, and especially my friends in Congress, to speak boldly and loudly. There is nothing pro-women about what's happening at our border.
Thank you, Morgan. Congressman, you're a member of the House Judiciary Committee, and you have jurisdiction over the immigration laws we're talking about up here. Now, I know the committee held hearings down at the southern border. Didn't see anybody from the other side of the aisle show up to that.
Of course not.
Didn't hear the horrible stories from so many loved ones who lost people from fentanyl and other things. But what can you do to hold the administration accountable?
Right. Excellent question. And to kind of talk about kind of how I got here and why this is so important to me is to go back to my days at West Point. So when 9/11 hit, I was a sophomore at West Point. And we all went to war to prevent another terrorist attack from happening in our country. And just this year, we have caught, these are the stupid ones, as you put so eloquently, we have caught 60 people that were on the terrorist watch list. So we've avoided terror and terrorist acts on this country for the past 20 years, and now we are turning a blind eye to those that want to harm us every single day, and I risk my life to stop that. This is heinous. On the Judiciary Committee, we had a hearing not that long ago, and one of the Democrats had a witness, and this witness said that, so if you call what's happening at the border an invasion, that makes you racist. 5.5 million people that we know of entering our country illegally, enough fentanyl to kill every single American 6 times, is in some way racist. Now, I've been black for a really long time. Like a long time. And I call that an invasion, and I think it has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with protecting our citizens. to your question, sir, if we're going to spend almost $200 billion, would it be $billion? Now, to Democrats, a B is nothing because they work in T's for trillions. If we're going to spend $200 billion in Ukraine, do you have any idea what President Trump could do with $200 billion at our southern border? He would negotiate the best deal of all time. And I think if we're going to invest in other countries and not invest in us, it's antithetical to the very fabric of this country. If we're going to be law-abiding citizens and follow the Constitution that has been put before us, I don't want to hear about race, religion, color, or creed. What I want to hear about is what are we going to do to fix the issues and fix the threat that comes across our southern border every single day. The people, thank you. I'm getting warmed up. The people on the stage get this, and this is literally an effort to save America. This is literally an effort to save our country. I'm sick of the dog whistling. I'm sick of the left that literally wants us to have an open border so they can destroy our country. This is fascism. This is communism. This is the worst thing I've seen in my entire lifetime. And if we are going to invest in anything in the halls of Congress and we have the power of the purse, it has got to be investing in saving our country and protecting our fellow Americans.
Thank you very much, Congressman. Thank you, Congressman. Now, Pam, I want you to talk about, if you could, from a more local perspective, obviously in the state of Florida being AG there, what can states really do to fight back against all these national security threats when the federal government, they're supposed to do it and they're just not doing it?
Mm-hmm. And, you know, first, Congressman, what you're doing every day is vital for our country. Thank you. Yeah. And Stephen and I got to be close in the White House when I was Attorney General because he was fighting the opioid epidemic. He was fighting human trafficking. Everything you did, you were saving lives, and you're still doing it by continuing with these lawsuits. And you know, Hogan, on a state level, when I was Attorney General, I got asked to go to Mexico by a prosecutor in Mexico whose entire family was gunned down by the cartels because she was a good prosecutor. Spent the day with this woman in Mexico. Then the next day, they took us in the middle of nowhere in armored cars. This stuff doesn't just happen in the movies. It's happening in armored cars in the middle of nowhere. We were scared to death. I think we had DEA watching our security to make sure we were safe. In the middle of nowhere to a safe house for women. These women had gotten, they were the lucky ones. They had gotten away from their captors. They were raped 10 to 20 times a day. Their babies having babies is the product of rape. I held one of the most beautiful babies who was everything to this mother. They have major mental issues. They're all drug addicted by their captors. And I talked to the one mother as I was holding her baby, and I said, "What made you get away from them?" She heard they were intending to take her to New York to traffic her. And had they done that, they were going to murder her baby. And that's what got that young woman out of that situation. And there were so many others like her, so many kids there. And we were stopping that. And now it's a free-for-all. And when Stephen talks about commodities coming into our countries, it's humans. It's really happening. It's happening every day. It's heartbreaking what's happening. And as a state AG, I started the Commission on Human Trafficking, and Ashley Moody has now continued with that work. And so we're fighting it in Florida. We're still fighting the drugs, but we have to do it on a local level because the federal government is not helping us anymore.
Thank you so much, Pam. And you know, when you understand with Afghanistan, the botched pull out there, and you saw 19 million women go back into sex slavery and trafficking in that part of the world, and you're talking about here at home the crisis that our young women are facing. You know, the America First policies are the things that we can put in place that actually protect people. And we've got to get back to that. So thank you for what you're doing, what you've done to each of you on this panel too, and we continue in this fight. I want to shift topics, and we only have 15 minutes left, so we'll need to make these as quick as possible on the cartels. Stephen, I'm going to start with you. Can you talk about some of the interactions you had with President Trump when it came to actually taking down the cartels, what they were doing in this country? What were the best approaches? What were the best practices that were the most effective?
Well, first of all, let me say that the passion that you're seeing from the panel today, from Pam and from Congressman Hunt, hopefully from myself and from Morgan and from everybody in chat, is because each of us, because of our professional experiences, understands that what is happening on our border today is a nightmare that is so alien to the American experience that it's hard to even believe that we are letting this happen. That Joe Biden is the global smuggler in chief. In other words, his policy is that if a cartel wants a person into the United States in a specific city, in a specific location, that Joe Biden's job is to make sure that that cartel achieves that mission. And that's what his policy does. And I don't just mean that metaphorically. I mean, they will provide the goddamn plane to get the alien to the city where the smugglers and the traffickers want them to go. And if they need to fly that plane in at 3 o'clock in the morning in an airport, then they'll do it. Right? So when you see these stories where people show up with a name tag on it, with the city they're supposed to go to, they send them to the city, to the person who paid the cartel to smuggle them. So instead of taking the person who paid the cartel to send the minor who almost inevitably was raped and abused, and taking that person and putting them in jail, they're saying, here's the child you paid for. Have a nice day. That's what they're doing. And there is a death and outrage in this country. It's not just a question of, the border's not secure, the border's not secure. Joe Biden's policies are responsible for the greatest humanitarian nightmare that we have seen in modern history. Not just in our country, but among any of our peers. Name one country in Europe, name one country among the friends that we have in Asia, like Japan, for example, name one country that's allowing this to happen on their own territory and indeed facilitating it. President Trump understood all of this, which is why when we, for example, were having a diplomatic impasse with Mexico on yes.
Yes. Diplomatic with you.
Well, diplomatic. Yes. Well, we're hoping to be able to be able to reassert this kind of cooperation in the future. Right, where we were trying to implement some of the security policies I talked about, which required Mexico's full cooperation. President Trump gathered all of the senior aides who were working on this into the Oval Office, and he said, we're putting out this statement right now, which is that if Mexico doesn't do exactly what we want on immigration, then we are going to put an across-the-board 15% tariff on every single product, an emergency tariff coming from Mexico into the United States, which, by the way, the president understood and told us all. The mere announcement of that would destroy the peso. I mean, just businesses just thinking this might happen, that the bottom falls out of the Mexican economy, right? And we had a deal and a framework in place by the end of the day. Because President Trump understood that thousands of lives and the fortunes of millions of people were at stake if we didn't secure the border. And so he did and we did. And President Biden made a choice, handed the most secure border in American history, to undo it all and unleash the nightmare that we've all been living through.
Stephen, you are a true champion for political correctness, to use the word diplomatic impasse. You just throw that in there. After all the things you said, you're going to say diplomatic impasse. That was good. Pam, back to you real quickly. How did you work with the White House? Because that's a symbiotic relationship that should go to further America First policies and protect people not just federally but also in your state. How did you work with the White House on the issue of gang members and cartels? What were some of the best practices there?
When I was AG, we would meet with Department of Justice. We actually had a great relationship with Department of Justice. We would meet with them and say, who can get the most time in prison on for these drug dealers, for these cartels, for these horrible people. And we would work together. We would share cases. We would decide who could get the most time in prison and go after them. Not happening anymore. They're not prosecuting anything. So now it's up to, things have changed so much. It's up to state AGs and your local state attorneys. We talk about these woke prosecutors. They should scare you to death as a national security threat right now because they're not doing anything to combat violent crime. And that's what state prosecutors need to be doing. They can go after these drug cartels for trafficking, and that's what they should be doing in every city, and that's what we're doing very successfully in Florida, is prosecuting the drug dealers to the fullest extent of the law. But under the previous administration, under the Trump White House, we worked hand in hand with them. We worked hand in hand with the West Wing even, and the East Wing on issues of children with the former First Lady. And it was amazing the difference that we could make in this world. So that's it's been rough for prosecutors, state prosecutors around this country the last few years.
Right, you have to have support from the federal government, which they don't have.
No relationship.
Absolutely. Chad, you're on the record saying that cartels are public enemy number one, that we should keep all of our options on the table in dealing with them. So what does an America First action plan look like in defeating cartels?
Let me take that one last because I want to respond to a couple of things up here. So as acting secretary, when we talk about the humanitarian crisis that we see on that southern border, we ended up having to give every female who crossed that border over the age of 9 a pregnancy test because we understood what they encountered on that dangerous journey up. That's what sticks with me, 2.5 years after leaving, or a little over 2 years, is that number and what we had to do to try to protect females that were coming across that border and being subjected to cartel violence and everything else going on. To the congressman, I would say, yes, more resources helps the department. However, I would caution against just providing more money to the department to implement more bad policy.
Right.
You can't give them more resources to continue a failed strategy. It's got to come with some policy changes that I think can come with the power of the purse. When we talk about cartels, all of the above approach needs to be there. To Stephen's point, we were negotiating at the very beginning of Remain in Mexico, or MPP, Migrant Protection Protocols. We started that in early 2018. That didn't get over the finish line until 2019. And I remember some of the first meetings that we had with officials from Mexico. They wouldn't come to D.C. We met them in Miami. They wouldn't go to a DHS office. We met them in a hotel. They didn't want to really talk about it. And so when we approached them with this idea, their first instinct was, there's no way we can do that. Absolutely. Well, we will never, ever implement that program. Tariffs, a couple other things later, guess what? They're happy to implement. And so when I talk about an all-the-above approach, it's you have to give the administration, the question is whether they will use it. You need to give them leverage. They have no leverage right now with the government of Mexico. So whether you have a Republican House pass a designation of a foreign terrorist organization, you give them that authorization for military use, you give them these levers, and I think Morgan talked about it, leverage. You give them these levers to go to the government of Mexico and say, look, we're about to do all of this unless you do these 10 things that we need you to do today, things that they are very uncomfortable in doing. They won't want to do and they will not do on their own. The U.S., through strong leadership, which we saw with President Trump and others, is you got to lead them to that path, which the Biden administration is not doing today. They're saying, do more. And that is going to be a failed strategy and approach. So all options need to be on the table. We need to stop treating this like a law enforcement issue, right? We continue to call these cartels transnational criminal organizations. The criminal part implies there is a law enforcement solution. I will tell you there is not. That has failed for the past couple of decades. We need another solution. They are transnational organizations. They are complex. We need offensive cyber operations against them. There's a number of things that the U.S. federal government can do. It takes leadership and it takes will to do it.
Thank you, Chad. Morgan, you had a front row seat, obviously, at the State Department and in the last administration. But what do you think our foreign policy stance should be with Mexico so that we can fight cartels with them together?
When we talk about what Chad and Stephen were just talking about, when I say negotiating from a position of strength, and when we talk about diplomacy, it's sort of amorphous, right? It can be hard to define. The school of thinking from many in the current administration and many of the career people at the State Department who are foreign service officers is that diplomacy is sort of good cop, bad cop, and the State Department is the good cop. And so DHS and DOD get to, or maybe even the president, whomever's in office, get to be the bad cop and the tough guys. We turned that paradigm on its head at the State Department. And when Mike Pompeo and when our team walked into the room, diplomacy to us did not mean avoiding saying anything offensive so that the host country that you're negotiating with is not offended, right? That's what diplomacy often means to the majority of people who work in quote unquote diplomacy. But we took the position of we were not going to be afraid, no matter where we were negotiating around the world, to say the hard truth, to be provocative, whether it was the tariff that Stephen was just referring to, whether it was a threat of force somewhere in the world. You know, Qasem Soleimani, everybody remember him, one of the world's largest terrorists that we took out? Yeah.
Past tense.
Past tense. Remember him. Remembered him. You know, how did we get Abraham Accords and other significant diplomatic breakthroughs in the Middle East? We didn't get it by being super, super nice to the Arab countries and Israel, right? Like, that wasn't the goal. Instead, we were incredibly tough with the regime in Iran through maximum economic pressure. And then when they continued to harass and kill Americans in Iraq, we said, we're taking your queen off the chessboard. Now do you want to talk? Right? And same thing whenever it comes to negotiating with Mexico or whomever. So I just want to put in context, I think it's the way that you approach a negotiation, the way we approached it in the Trump administration is totally different from how it's being pursued now. We did not view ourselves as the good guys who were going to come into the room and make excuses for the president's language or make excuses for what was happening in DHS. Instead, we pounded our fist on the table and we doubled down and said, not only is the president going to do that, we're going to advise him to do more if you don't get there. So you don't get to good negotiations, to good deals. You don't get 4 historic peace agreements, the first in 26 years, unless you are willing to be the bad guy in diplomacy the way that we were.
You don't get peace deals no one thought possible, or trade deals no one thought possible without some strength and some leadership. Thank you, Morgan. Lastly, final question to you, Congressman. You wrote an op-ed recently, which kind of caught my eye because it made the point that the cartels are as dangerous as Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Talk a little bit about what you exposed in that op-ed, and also what is Congress doing to bring this issue to light, and what can you do to fix it?
And so thank you very much for bringing that up. So the op-ed really just kind of talked about how the new face of terror has become the cartels, and it's pretty obvious just given the data that we have heard today and how many people have died. And I had a commander when I was in Baghdad, and I was an Apache pilot when I was in Baghdad in 2006, and he had a saying. He said, if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. If you are an insurgent and you want to shoot at an Apache with an AK-47, you're going to meet Allah in very short order. And that's the stupid prize that you're going to win. And Morgan, you're spot on when you're talking about leading from a position of strength. That's kind of the whole point. We cannot play games with these people. We have to lead from a position of strength, and there has to be consequences. Right now, there are no consequences. 0 consequences. So you get to enter our country, you get to kill our Americans, you get to make Houston the human trafficking capital of the world in my own hometown, and there is absolutely 0 consequence. Now that to me sounds like terror. We have taken out terrorists in the past. You've articulated very well how we have done that during the Trump administration. And it's time for us to lead from the front and say enough is enough. And if you kill our fellow Americans, there's going to be consequences. End of discussion. We have children on this panel. I have a 4-year-old daughter, I have a 2-year-old daughter, I have a 10-week-old little boy. Thank you.
Surprised you're still awake.
Barely. I love them dearly. Actually, I think my 2-year-old belongs on the terrorist watch list, if I'm being honest with you. She gives me a run for my money, I can tell you that. But we're talking about your children earlier. And the reason why we're up here is because we aren't going to be here forever. At some point, we have to hand in America over to our children. It's the only reason why we exist. It's the only reason why we are here. It's why we have to protect them, and why our southern border is literally today the greatest threat, along with China, to our sovereignty and to our country. The fact that you're here means that you are willing to fight with us to stop what's happening right now, but we have 2 years to get this right. And the fight is already here. As I said earlier, we are already at war. So please understand that this is not about having Fox News talking points. This is not about having another conservative panel where we talk about the things that we agree upon on the right. This is an existential threat to our country. And either we're going to do something about it or we are not. The people on the stage want to do something about it. It's an honor to be here, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Congressman. And as we, just so you understand, we put you and Stephen together on next to each other on the panel on purpose because Stephen starts here and finishes here. You start here and stay here, which is why we wanted you up here. So thank you so much.
I always request to be on panels with them.
That's right. That's right. Well, a couple things. First of all, thank you, panelists, for your wealth of knowledge and expertise and bringing forth some solutions to the problems we face today. And as we wrap, folks, I just want to say, embarrassed to say it, but when I was in the White House, I didn't realize how much policy actually impacted people. And what we saw was good policy, good results. Now what we see are bad policies, and we have bad results, and we articulated many of those here today. But I still am very encouraged by the comments made by our panelists and the prescriptions for the failures we see today, because it is about the future generations. And there is a reason that so many people around the country, around the world rather, run through their streets holding our American flag, chanting words like liberty and freedom, because they know what each of you know, that this country is still a beacon of hope and of strength and of goodness and of democracy all over the world. And I have much confidence that as low as we are right now, we will be brought high again because of people like you on the panel and because of people like you in the room. Thank you so much for being here today. God bless each of you. And I have to make one announcement, which is, I was told to say this, make your way immediately downstairs for lunch. Thank you all very much.
We're here in South Texas in the Rio Grande Valley sector. This is really ground zero for what has been the border crisis for the past 14 months.
Communities are being overwhelmed by hordes of illegal immigrants.
It's a real serious issue. 25% of the women who start out to make this trip survive. It's just horrific.
The scary part here is public safety and national security. Whatever comes across the border does not stay on the border. You are affected because you do have the narcotics that are coming into your communities.
The illegal drugs that are coming in, what the cartels are doing. It's a crisis.
We are standing next to a border wall system. Once President Biden said we're not building anymore, the governor of the state of Texas said, well, that's a problem. We need to stop the illegal entries. So they started building the wall, same specifications that President Trump had built. A lot of tough things that we're seeing along the border these days. This physical infrastructure and some of the technology that we're seeing will help them be able to do their job better.
They're about to open the floodgates on the border.
This is truly attractive.
With Title 42 going away, they're really apprehensive of the surge is going to be when they're already stretched.
That's the frustrating part. They're not being given not only the resources, but the policies they need to do their job. America's future is America first.
When we are a strong America, we're also a prosperous America.
John Ratcliffe.
Keith Kellogg. America First foreign policy means the first thing we look at is the support to the American people.
Challenging paradigms and orthodoxies that have been placed for the last few decades that really don't serve the American people well.
You must use military force for a concrete reason. We should not be involved in nation building.
What's really important about the work that we're doing here at the America First Policy Institute is we can be that foundation. We can be that set of shoulders that the next generation can stand on.
What we're seeing today is what happens when a president doesn't push back on other nations. They see a weakness out there. They saw no weakness in the previous 4 years. Strength really does matter. Not only military strength, but economic strength.
Making decisions that will actually secure the border, that will actually bring peace to the Middle East, that will actually take on a rising China.
We are carrying the torch forward.
To advance those policies that really allowed for successes and victories over the last 4 years that Americans have been waiting for.
When you remain an economically and military secure nation, America does well, and the American people will prosper because of that.
America's future is America First.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the panelists for our America First and U.S. Military Power Panel, General Keith Kellogg, Secretary Robert Wilkie, Congressman Ronnie Jackson, and Fred Fleitz.
Hello and welcome to this important AFPI National Security Symposium panel on the use of military power. Now, you've sat through two extraordinary panels this morning on how the threat from China has surged, how Homeland Security has deteriorated over the past 2 years, and the reason for this is bad national security decision-making, bad policies by this administration, and the abandonment of the America First approach to national security that put a priority on the safety and security and interests of the American people. Now, this panel comes at a very good time, very, very timely, given international events. As you probably know, recently, Russia shot down a drone over the Black Sea. And in response, there are some experts and even members of Congress who have said that if Russia threatens our drones, we should shoot down their fighter jets. Now, General Kellogg and I were involved in a similar situation just a few years ago. I was involved in the debate of this issue. He was involved in policymaking when Iran shot down a drone over the Persian Gulf. Now, I was Chief of Staff of the National Security Council in 2018. In 2019, I was out of government. And in June of 2019, the day before the United States was expected to bomb Iran in response to shooting down a drone, I was invited on Tucker Carlson's show to discuss this issue. Now, I knew I was there. I worked for John Bolton. Bolton is a known hawk who long has wanted to attack Iran, and Carlson wanted to beat up on someone he thought would be a Bolton surrogate who would defend this. But I surprised him when I told him I didn't think it would be appropriate to attack Iran, to risk killing Iranians when they had just shot down an American drone. Well, the next day, that was President Trump's position. He was given advice by almost all of his national security advisors to bomb 3 Iranian missile facilities and 2 Iranian missile radars, and he decided not to go with this recommendation. Now, there were some important exceptions, General Keith Kellogg, who did not go along with this recommendation. The president said it would be disproportionate to kill 100 to 200 Iranians when Iran had just shot down a drone. He thought this was not the circumstance to risk starting a war with Iran. Now, there are some experts who heavily criticized President Trump for this decision. They thought it was wrong, it showed American weakness. One expert said this was a turning point for him with President Trump. Well, I couldn't disagree more. I not only think this is one of President Trump's best decisions, I think it was his best national security decision. It reflected his belief that we should not start unnecessary wars. We should not use our military force unless our strategic interests are at risk. And I mention this because it really goes to the heart of why this panel is here today, the America First approach to the use of U.S. military power, which calls for a strong U.S. military, decisive and principled presidential decision-making, the prudent use of military force, and only when our strategic interests are at risk, and attempting to use tools short of military force, diplomatic pressure, economic sanctions, cyber warfare, legal actions, before we bomb something, before we use military force. I think this is extremely relevant right now when we actually have people in this country calling for us to take steps against Russia that could start a new war. And it really was a hallmark of the Trump administration in that he did not get us into new wars, but he wasn't afraid to use military force when necessary. So we have some important matters to discuss today, and I'm so pleased we have this incredible expert panel. I just want to introduce them again. Congressman Ronnie Jackson serves on the Armed Services and Foreign Affairs Committees. He's a veteran who was a physician in the White House during the Trump and Obama administrations, and he served in a surgical shock trauma platoon in his tour in Iraq. General Keith Kellogg is a distinguished 3-star general. He is co-chair of AFPI Center for American Security, and he served in the Trump administration as national security advisor to both President Trump and Vice President Pence. And Robert Wilkie is a distinguished fellow with API Center for American Security, and he served as Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness, and many other significant positions in the U.S. government. Congressman, I'd like to start with you on an element of America First and the use of military power. Now, we say at AFPI that we want to see the prudent use of military force, but this means that our military must be managed wisely and ethically. And I would submit that a military that is being subjected to wokeness and ESG and COVID vaccine mandates that force out some of our best warfighters, this is not the wise administration of our military power, of our Pentagon. I wonder if you could comment on that, and how is that affecting the perception of American military power in the world?
Well, I think you mentioned it in passing a little bit, and I'll just tell you to start with, we're in a totally different world right now. President Trump is in office, and I'm just so pleased to be here with a couple of my favorite colleagues from the White House, General Kellogg and Secretary Wilkie. But, when he was at the White House, everybody respected us. Now, they may not have liked us, but they respected us, right? Our adversaries feared us, and our allies trusted us. We don't have that anymore. As you mentioned, I'm on the Armed Services Committee. I'm on the Foreign Affairs Committee. I went to the Munich Security Summit. I went to the UN Parliamentary. I've been to a lot of stuff over the last couple of years, and it's embarrassing when you go to these things now. Things that I went to whenever I was, following President Trump around with my medical bag. I'd go to all these conferences, and people followed our lead. We'd walk in, and NATO and all these other countries, they may not be on the same page, but they were looking to us for leadership. By the time we left the conference, everybody was lined up and they were following our lead. That doesn't happen anymore. They literally laugh at us now. They have no respect for us anymore. And I'll tell you, it started with Afghanistan. Afghanistan was what led to so many things that are wrong with our country right now. And part of it was this woke thing. I know, I've been in Congress on my third year now, my second term, and I'll tell you that I was astonished being on Armed Services and Foreign Affairs that we would have hearings, and every single hearing we had nothing to do with China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. We didn't talk about these things. All we talked about was transgenders in the military, pronouns, CRT, the woke social agenda, the Green New Deal. These are the only things that they cared about. These are the only things that we talked about. And I don't know if you remember or not, but early on in my time in Congress, I got the opportunity to, right after Afghanistan, to interview General Milley. And I just couldn't help myself, because I think that there's no accountability in our military anymore, right? No one takes accountability for anything that happens, and there's no leadership. And I told him, I said, I went back and I looked at some of the stuff that happened in Afghanistan, and you can go back into April, and there were provinces all over Afghanistan that were falling on a day-to-day basis. Every single time, the exact same thing was happening. The Afghan army was putting their weapons down, taking their uniforms off, turning over their equipment. The Taliban was coming in, taking it over. There was no shots fired. There was no conflict. It was happening everywhere, right? And so then Kabul happened, right? And their comment was like, nobody could see this coming, right? So I listed, got up and, in the hearing, I went over what was happening in these days in April, so on and so forth. And then I asked General Milley, I said, General Milley, can you tell me what you were doing? And it just so happened that it lined up this way. I said, can you tell me what you were doing on these particular days in April, on this particular day here? And he paused for a minute. He said, and I said, let me stop. Let me tell you what you were doing. You were sitting here in front of this committee telling us that you wanted to understand white rage, right? You were talking to us about CRT and about the woke social agenda in the military. And I said, I submit to you that if you had been doing your job protecting this country, out there watching what was going on out there, instead of doing book interviews with Bob Woodward trying to tear down the former president, we wouldn't have 13 dead Americans right now, right? And honestly, I hate to be like that, because, I knew General Milley during the last administration, and I had a lot of respect for him, but so many things have changed. And I'll tell you, and General Kellogg probably has a lot more insight on this than I do, but a lot of our senior flag officers, our 3 stars and our 4 stars across the military, they've just adopted and embraced this woke agenda so much now. You have to ask yourself why. I don't know exactly why. One of the things I think is because they can't lobby as soon as they get out, but you know what they can do? They can sit on boards, on these woke boards, right? And I think that they have to prove themselves. It's a litmus for them. They have to have this on their resume that they did all this stuff in the military. They changed it. And, you mentioned it earlier. Another example of how the woke agenda has impacted our national security, the vaccine mandate. 8,400 military members in a time where we are way behind on recruiting. We have troubles with recruiting and retention. We got rid of 8,400 highly trained members of our military, some of them that we spent years and years and hundreds of thousands of dollars of training, and we kicked them out because of this mandate, right? And I'll tell you, I think that they adopted this mandate so quickly. The very day after this mandate was approved and offered under emergency use authorization by the FDA, the very next day, that's when Secretary Austin laid down the mandate for the military. And I think they saw this as an opportunity to get rid of certain people in the military, because I'm a firm believer that during the 8 years of the Obama administration, they were vetting our senior military members. They were looking at these people to decide, did they have liberal leanings, conservative leanings? Were they a squish in the middle that would just do whatever we told them to do? And if they thought that you had some kind of conservative leanings, they let you time out. 1 star to become a 2-star, 2-star to become a 3-star, so on, and they timed out. If you had liberal leanings, they promoted you to the top. And so they were vetting our military to try to get rid of the conservatives in the flag and general officer ranks. They used COVID to start doing that in the general ranks, right? They realized that a lot of these people that were refusing this vaccine, they had conservative leanings, right? Some of them might have been even, horribly, MAGA supporters or something, right? I mean, so they looked at this and they thought, if we can roll this out, this will get rid of a lot of people. It won't be good, but most of the people that are leaving are not going to be people that share our ideology, right? And so they did this. There's been all kinds of other things that have come up. The transgender issue, I got upset about that early on because, these people come in to the military. They have to spend months and months, well over a year, going through the hormonal therapy, getting the gender-affirming surgeries and all the stuff that they do. These people are coming in the military. During that time period, they are not deployable. Other people have to deploy in their place. We should not be doing that. That is not what this military is about. This military, thank you. This military is here to protect us, and it is not a woke social agenda. So we're going to work on that. We got a lot of stuff in Congress this time. We had some stuff that we put in the NDA last time. We have a whole bunch more that's coming in the NDA this year to stop some of this. And every single year that goes by for the next couple of years, as we continue to hopefully regain the Senate and the White House, we are going to have a lot of stuff locked and loaded and hopefully get some stuff through. We are going to turn this around, and we are going to get our military back.
Congressman, thank you. And I think I can speak for all of us. We're so glad you are in Congress fighting on this important issue. Secretary Wilkie, same question to you. How do you think the woke mismanagement of the Pentagon is affecting our military readiness and the perception of U.S. military power?
Well, let me start with an overarching picture of the corrosive effect that this administration has had on America and America's place in the world. Our Secretary of State, who was just the subject of a magnificent hagiography in the Washington Post 2 days ago, where he is now greater than Thomas Jefferson and James Madison and John Quincy Adams, was confronted by the Chinese foreign minister on American soil in March of 2021. The Chinese foreign minister read back to our Secretary of State the words of Joe Biden that this is an irredeemably racist nation that has subjected swaths of the world to oppression and what have you. All of our Secretary of State could muster were the faculty lounge pieties that are so common with this crowd, that we have to do better. Now, had that been Donald Trump or Ronald Reagan or Richard Nixon, the response would have been, the United States of America is not going to be lectured by a country that has murdered 100 million of its own people since 1949. The other side of this is from my experience at the Department of Veterans Affairs. I never thought that someone from New Orleans who grew up in North Carolina would spend 3 years defending the sanctity of Abraham Lincoln. But as you know, President Lincoln's words are on all of our VA hospitals from the second inaugural address. and it says that we shall care for him who shall have borne the battle. Well, after 2 years of this administration, Mr. Lincoln has disappeared. And I thought, well, shame on the great emancipator for not recognizing the mores of the 21st century Biden mob in a speech that he gave in March of 1865. The reason I say all of that, that has permeated our armed forces. Our standards have been lowered. I'll give you a great example. My father, like General Kellogg, spent most of his career in the 82nd Airborne Division, the most decorated combat force in our armed forces. They're different soldiers from the conventional Army in the sense that their physical standards are much higher. Everything they need to fight, they have to carry with them or jump in with it. There are no trucks, there are no convoys. And because of that, they imposed higher physical fitness standards on the paratroopers at Fort Bragg. One of the first directives from this Secretary of the Army was they're no longer allowed to do that in the name of equity. You can no longer have higher physical fitness standards depending on the mission that you have to carry out. Other side, our Secretary of the Army was at Fort Bragg 2 weeks ago, and we expected her to talk about the readiness of the All-Americans or the Army Special Operations Command. But all of her Twitters were about Fort Bragg, North Carolina, leading the world in the fight against climate change. Now, I'm not used to quoting Twitter, but the first response was that these are not serious people. They are serious. They are serious. For decades, the armed forces have been the target of the organized American left. And I'll finish this with what does that mean to the armed forces. The armed forces have one mission, and that is to come together in a team to deter the enemies of this country and, if need be, defeat them. What we are seeing now is the balkanization of our military along racial, sexual, whatever group that happens to be in the ascendancy with the liberal clerisy. That's why we're having recruiting problems. It's not because of the economy, because parents are no longer going to send their young people to an armed force that treats them as if their group identity was the most important part of their character. Last note, and I apologize for going long. I saw the Army at its nadir through the eyes of a child. General Kellogg was a young officer at the time. My father had to arm himself to go into the barracks at Fort Bragg. Couldn't wear his uniform off post in southeastern North Carolina because of the times. And that wasn't Berkeley or Cambridge, that was Fayetteville, North Carolina, the heart of Richard Nixon country. But we did not have leadership, both at the military level and at the presidential level, that was telling those troops that you are fighting to defend a country that really isn't worth it. And I do believe the rhetoric is important because it divides us, it discourages us, and believe me, this crowd is not producing any sleepless nights in Beijing, Moscow, or Tehran. I'll stop preaching.
Thank you, Secretary. So, General Kellogg, what is your take on the woke mismanagement of the Pentagon under this administration?
Yeah, thanks for both of you for talking about this. Look, I'll cut right to the chase scene. So you're probably saying to yourselves out there, okay, that really sounds good. What do you do about it? Well, I think you can do something about it if you've got the guts to do it. And here's what I mean. I'd go back to the days of George C. Marshall. And I'd even go back to what Secretary Robert Gates talked about when he was Secretary of Defense. And it's a harsh assessment, but you have to build into that force what Robert just said a second ago, that the primary mission of the military is to deter, and if deterrence fails, to fight and win our nation's wars. That's it. That's the top line. So how do you get there? I would recommend the next president, when he comes in, takes a scalpel, probably a broadsword, and you eliminate the current 3- and 4-star serving generals of the United States military. Now, here's why. A lot of people don't realize this, but when you get to 2 stars, you're promoted through a board, a selection board, what's called a blind board. But when you go to 3 and 4 stars, you are politically selected. You go individually in front of the Congress to get confirmed. And if you go to 3 and 4, you generally have to go through some type of screen or a confirmation hearing. A lot of them have just decided that they'd rather take the political approach than the real hardcore approach of fighting and winning our nation's wars. Now, I'll be very honest with you. Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, has worked for me on 2 occasions. He worked for me as a young captain in the 82nd Airborne Division, and he worked for me as a brigade commander in the 82nd Airborne Division. Mark Milley worked for me one time when we were in the 7th Infantry Division right during the invasion of Panama. I must have screwed something up because most of them lost all the messages I gave them early on. But that's a harsh assessment to make because there are some good ones out there. But you almost have to start all over again. And again, it's what George C. Marshall did when he created what are called the purge boards. And the reason he created those purge boards before World War II was to create a military senior leadership that was attuned to the times, was willing to fight, and knew what it meant to fight in the current battlefield. So there's a chance, there's a way ahead, and it's probably something I'd recommend to the next President of the United States.
Thank you, General. General, I want to direct this question to you. It seems about every month there's an op-ed or an editorial accusing America First, the America First movement, of being isolationist or against working in alliances or against working with their allies. So I just want to put it to you, how do you define the America First approach to national security and the use of U.S. military power?
Yeah, thanks, Fred. That is a question that I get asked all the time, but it's not a current question. It was actually a question I was asked back in 2015. To start with, America First is not America alone. America First is not isolationism. It's all dependent on the American people. And in 2015, when in the Washington Post there was an article that came out that said I was and I happened to be on an airplane heading to Chattanooga, Tennessee at the time, and that I was one of the national security advisors for then candidate Trump. I got off the airplane and my phone exploded, and I had no idea the article was coming out. But my first interview was with a gentleman by the name of Benji Sarlin. Benji Sarlin was a columnist and a writer for MSNBC, and he said, "Hey, isn't America First going back to the isolationist party, the America First Party?" And I said, "First of all, Benji, the America First Party didn't start until 1943. You're talking about the America First Committee that actually started before that, actually had people like Charles Lindbergh. It has nothing to do with either one of those. And when I say it's not America First alone, I go back to what the president has said many times. What it really means is you go to the Declaration of Independence when it says we the people. It's all dependent on the American people, and it's very transactional. What's good for the American people will be good for America. And President Trump said it very clearly when he said every nation has sovereign interest. You have to be concerned about yourselves first before you're concerned about anybody else. And there's a great professor out there, he's a guy named Paul Kennedy, he teaches at Yale. And he wrote a book, The Rise and Fall of the Great Powers, from 1500 till today. And the thing he said, and I'll give you the course, he still teaches up at Yale, I'll give you the course in 30 seconds. He said, why great nations fail is strategic overreach. And what he meant by that is you take your money that you should be spending on your schools or your houses or your infrastructure, and you send it overseas first, instead of worrying about your own nation first. And that's where President Trump was very concerned about it and the approach that we had in the last administration. And when you looked at it, when I say about transactional, what we said in the last administration, and when a foreign leader would come in, the president would always ask, what's in it for the United States first? How does it benefit our citizens first before it benefits anybody overseas first? And that was his concern. It was his concern when he talked at the first speech he gave at the UN General Assembly in New York City. And so I think the first question needs to be asked of anybody when they have a policy, how does this benefit America? So when it comes down to it, it's very clear. America First is not isolationism. It's all about the American people. It's all about we the people first. And then once we're set, that we can make sure everybody else is okay after that.
Thank you, General. I'd like to note that General Kellogg and I recently co-authored an article that appeared in National Review that is available here today that explains these arguments in detail, how America First is not isolationism. It is not America alone. It is for working in alliances. So make sure you pick up a copy of that before you leave. Congressman Jackson, what are your thoughts on these accusations that the America First movement is isolationism?
Well, I think it's the left's effort to, to tear down any effort to make America great again and get our country back. I mean, they're desperate right now. They're scared. And America First, just like you said, it's not isolationist. It's leadership. It really is. I mean, when we are first, when we are doing well, when we are succeeding, other people not only follow our lead, but they need us. I would submit to you that with rare exception, most of all the countries around this world, they need us more than we need them, right? And that's how we lead, right? We have certain things, and it's not like they don't get anything out of it. You know, once they become our allies, I mean, look at NATO. Everybody and their dog is beating the door down, trying to become a member of NATO. Why is that? That's because they have the U.S. military, basically, providing some type of leadership, and essentially via our leadership protection to make sure that they can prosper and that they can be secure, right? But we have to take care of, just like General Kellogg said, we have to take care of ourselves first, right? And you guys have all heard President Trump say this at one point or another. He talks of the biggest failure, in my mind, one of the biggest failures. I mean, it's probably not the biggest. There's so many things to pick from, but one of the biggest failures of the Biden administration in putting America last is our southern border. I mean, our southern border is an absolute disaster. And in a way that we approach that from an America First standpoint, like we go back to the Trump-era policies. And President Trump, they didn't give him anything that they wouldn't give President Biden if we had effective leadership in the White House. President Trump asked for certain things. He wanted to remain in Mexico. He wanted all these different things that secure our border. And the Mexican president, he said, no, we're not going to do that. That's ridiculous. They laughed at him, right? But President Trump had the ability and the respect that President Biden doesn't have. So he could tell them, he did, and he went back and he said, that's fine. If you guys feel that way about it, I respect that. That's fine. On Monday morning, every single truck that crosses this border is going to have a 25% tariff on it, right? And they were like, what? I mean, my point is that they need us, and we can use that to our advantage to make sure that we are taking care of the American people first and foremost, and other people will prosper in the process as well. So we've just got to get that back. But right now, we've just got, we do not have an effective head of state, commander-in-chief, or chief executive in the White House, and that's really where the problem starts.
Secretary Wilkie, what's your take on this?
Let me say something about President Trump's worldview. It was fascinating for me because I knew President Trump had spent a life like Linda McMahon in business. He hadn't spent a lot of time studying grand strategy and the arts of diplomacy. But because he instinctively understood what the notion of America First was, and that again, America First is not America alone, the changes that he wrought amongst our allies by demanding more of them than they had produced really in the last 40 years. I'll give you an example, which we saw at play in Kiev on Tuesday. Japan, the third largest economy on the planet, had a constitution written for them by Douglas MacArthur where they renounced war as an instrument of state policy. President Trump and his relationships with Prime Minister Abe and the understanding that there was a great threat across the sea from Japan that would not simply require the power of the United States, but would require our friends to take up their burden. Japan renounced that constitution. Donald Trump unleashed a slumbering military giant in the Pacific. The Prime Minister of Japan was in Kiev on Tuesday, sending a note, not so much to Vladimir Putin, but sending a note to China that Japan is now a player. The other part of this is reversing the course that we saw at the policy level, even in the George W. Bush administration. Secretary Gates used to say that the job of NATO was to keep the Germans down and the Soviets out, and we exceeded beyond our wildest expectations. The German army, and I had this conversation with President Trump, is an olive drab Meals on Wheels program. They couldn't get a brigade, 3,000 troops from Germany to the Balkans a few years ago. They had to use American trucks. President Trump demanded more of our allies. And that is America first. You know, General Marshall also said that fighting wars with allies is better than fighting without them. But no American president, really, other than Donald Trump, demanded more of those allies to share the burden. And last anecdotal story, I was giving a speech at the Commonwealth Club in London, and I had on the opposite side two members of the so-called European Parliament, and they made the argument that Europe was at peace because the European Union. I was asked by the moderator to respond to that. I said, well, I don't think that is accurate. What I do think is accurate is that there's been peace in Europe since 1945 because 500 to 700,000 American soldiers have been in the middle of this continent keeping you all from slaughtering each other the way you have for 1,000 years. Again, back to America first. We have to demand. And I think that is the important legacy. And last, the isolationist charge. There are 300 little green men of Vladimir Putin who used to walk around the Syrian desert, who believed that President Trump adhered to the isolationist strain. They're not here anymore.
Yeah. Let me just reinforce something about respect of the leadership and how it affects your military power being deployed out there. You know, everybody remembers back when we eliminated Soleimani. Well, that was a direct result of what had happened with them shooting rockets, the Iranians and the PMC, Iranian supporters within Iraq, killed an American. We responded from the last administration. They attacked the embassy. Well, the president at the time said, who was responsible for attacking our embassy? Well, we knew it was Soleimani, who at that time was the third-ranking general officer in Iran, led their Quds Force, which is their overseas, basically, terrorist force. And inside the yellow oval, inside the residence, the question is, could we hit Soleimani? And probably three-quarters of the group said no. There was a group of us, and I was one of them, said, yeah, he'll move outside of Iran. He'll be vulnerable, and we should go after and get him. And we did that. And we were able to take him down outside of Baghdad. He was killed because of his arrogance, frankly. But a lot of people don't remember what happened 3 days after that. They just lost it. Probably think about it just for a second. What happened 3 days after that? Well, what happened before, when that was going on, President Trump, through his Secretary of State, through the Swiss, and also through the Iranians that we were able to get to them, the Swiss who were interlocutors, we said very clearly, if you kill another American, after we killed Soleimani, if you kill an American, we will kill the supreme leader of Iran. We sent that message to him, right at him. And we were sitting inside the inside the Situation Room when the attack on al-Assad came in, didn't kill a single American, some were wounded through blast damage. But 3 days after that, there was a concern by the Iranians what we were going to do, and because President Trump and the administration made a clear message. That morning, 3 days later, the Iranians in Tehran shot down a Ukrainian airliner that was leaving Tehran International. And the reason they shot it down, we do read other people's mail, was they thought we were coming to get the supreme leader. And that's what leadership, and that's what fear of our military will generate. I don't think you see that today. They saw it then.
All right, let me add, in my lifetime, in my military career, I think what we have seen is that the first response for most administrations has been people who look like Keith Kellogg and his family, soldiers. Donald Trump as part of this America First view of the world, said that no, there is a time for that, but it can't always be first. We have to employ soft power. We have to employ the power of the American economic engine, the power of the dollar as the world currency. He instinctively understood that, and I think the tragedies that we have seen, certainly in the last 40 to 50 years, have mostly come about because it's been too convenient for our leaders to say, we flipped the military switch first. It's never intended to be that. I will quote General Mattis, that the armed forces of the United States should be a hand that fits neatly in the glove of diplomatic and soft power, not always the first responder. And I think that was one of the great contributions that Fred and General Kellogg and President Trump made to our understanding of America's place in the world. Apologize for.
No, thank you. Congressman Jackson, during one of President Biden's trips to Europe, French President Macron welcomed him back into the European club. I don't think this is the good thing for our country. Macron welcomed President Biden back. I'm sorry, back into the European club. Well, they welcomed Obama back also. Yeah. And I mention this because, as Chad Wolf said this morning, that the America First approach to national security really was a backlash to the failed establishment approaches of the past, the failed globalist approaches, the failure of American leaders to defer to Europe and the United Nations. So I just wanted to get your take on that, on how this really is a move away from policies that have failed in successive Republican and Democratic administrations.
I think that's an interesting observation. The reason I asked about if you said Obama or Biden, because I didn't hear you right off the bat, was because that's really where it started. I mean, you know, President Obama loved nothing more than to be part of that European, what he thought was the elitist, culture and group of those folks. And I remember distinctly, I probably shouldn't even say this, but I was standing next to him when he got his Nobel Peace Prize. And they were on a balcony. And there was a huge crowd out, and they were just like going crazy. They were so excited to see him. And he literally told me, I should have run for president of Europe. They love me here, right? I mean, it's just, it's those kinds of things. But I don't know, because that's not America First, right? Why would you want to, to be, one of many and give up the everything that we have in America First? If we have an America First policy, I don't fully understand it. But then again, I don't understand anything that's been happening for the last 2 years. Most of the stuff that the Biden administration does is not in my best interest, not in their best interest, not in your best interest, the best interest of their kids, their grandkids. But they do it anyways, right? And but yeah, I think that this effort, it starts with, I just wrote a few things down here. If you look at what's been going on, like look at the WHO, right? The World Health Organization. Look at, part of the United Nations. Look at the United Nations. These are horrible organizations that we fund almost exclusively. We give almost all the money to these organizations, and yet they spend almost all of their time trashing the United States and trying to tear us down. I've told people before, as far as I'm concerned, they can take the United Nations and push it off in the East River. I mean, it's just, it's a useless organization, and I can't believe that we continue to fund it. WHO, right? We fund WHO. What did they do? They were a puppet for China during COVID. They helped China cover up COVID and the origins of COVID for at least 2 months before anybody else knew what was going on. A lot of stuff could have been stopped. A lot of damage could have been controlled at that particular point. But they were working for the Chinese government, and they continue to do so. President Trump defunded them. President Biden put it right back in. And so I don't know what the attraction is to doing all this kind of stuff. The climate change, we go overseas and we promise to give billions and billions of dollars to other countries so that they can, for their Green New Deal initiatives and for their energy needs and stuff. When we don't have that kind of stuff here, I tell you, regardless of whether you are on the Ukraine-Russia and the money that we're spending over there the other day, and this had come up and everything, and I finally got an answer on this the other day, but out of the $113 billion that we've given to them to help to fight this war over there, about 1/3 of that's gone to weapon systems that they're getting that they have. About 1/3 of that's gone to refilling our stockpile that we gave to them initially to recoup that, and then about 1/3 of that has gone to the humanitarian part of it, right? Which I'm not totally opposed to, but they specifically said that they were going to fund the pension plans of people in Ukraine. Simultaneously, we're talking here in the United States about how Social Security's failing, and it's not going to be there for our next generation. I just think that this desire to be part of this world community is just not good for us. It's not good for our country. Everybody should be looking out for their own country first and foremost, and then we develop alliances, we get together, we develop friendships, we become allies, we take care of each other, but we don't do it at the expense of our own people. And that's just what's going on every day. And the supply chain's another issue that's killing us in that front. We got pharmaceuticals, we got battery technology, we got the chip manufacturing. It's just... they're still taking batteries from China. Ford Motor Company wants to build a whole bunch of vehicles now for the United States Army, and they want to use Chinese battery technology to do it. Does that make any sense? It is a complete opposite of what we need to be doing right now. So I think we've got a long way to go. I think that we talked about America first. I think that when President Trump was in office, we had an America first country. I think we've lost that over the last 2 years. I think it's rapidly continuing to slip away. And I think that we got about another 2 years to figure out how we're going to fix it and get it back. Because when China becomes the dominant world power, both economically and militarily, we may not be able to get back in a position to make America first.
That's right. Well, General Kellogg, I think you'd agree with me that President Trump wasn't interested in being a member of the European club. And I remember many times when I was in the White House when European leaders were sort of stunned that we weren't deferring to them. And they would try to divide and conquer us, go to officials who might be sympathetic to their efforts to strike separate deals or maybe talk President Trump into what they wanted. But he really stood his ground, and he had a strong staff like yourself that didn't put up with that. So I'm wondering if you could comment on that and to what extent you see America First as a backlash or a correction of the traditional approach to foreign policy that we've seen fail through successive Republican and Democratic administrations.
Yes, thanks, Fred. When foreign leaders would come into the White House, they would come in generally to the cabinet room, and we'd have a group in there with the foreign leaders. You'd sit down with them, and the president would sit on one side of the table with his team, and the foreign leaders would sit down on the other side, and we would backstop the president on that side. And the first time it ever happened, he came in, and then I got used to it, so I got the scar tissue grew. But the first thing he asked him, we'd look out with the biggest smile. They'd come in, they're meeting the president of the United States, and the first thing out of the president's mouth was always, what's our trade balance with you? And it was like, uh-oh, here we go. Anyway, because if it was a negative trade balance, in other words, if they had a trade balance with the United States, sort of like China has over $350 billion a year, he would say, why? Why should we be supporting you? Why isn't equal? And he was a big believer in everything, this whole thing about equality. I don't mind being equal with you, but I'm tired of the American people, especially the foreign nations, be providing you more money than you're providing us. And I saw this with tariffs as a good example. And if you go to the state of Wisconsin, and I can't remember what it is today, but back in the state of Wisconsin, if you want to sell butter into Canada, the tariff was in the range of 250% for American butter to be sold in Canada out of Wisconsin. So he picked up the phone, called President Trudeau, Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, and he said, we're just going to charge you 250% on steel coming in. And of course, Trudeau objected to that, but that's the way he looked at it. When Macron wanted to tax IT systems in the United States, President Trump said, do it all you want. We're just going to tax champagne at the same tax levels. And he did that because he wanted to defend the American people. And I think that's one of the things that happened when the foreign leaders became a little bit aghast at what President Trump was talking about. But probably the best example that I can remember is how we treated NATO. Now, everybody remembers, everybody in this room knows what Article 5 of the London Treaty, NATO treaty is. An attack on one is an attack on all. You got that one down? Can anybody in the room tell me what Article 3 says? Same treaty. Article 3 says every nation will contribute to to the individual and collective defense of their own nation and of NATO as well. And we codified that in what was called the Wales Declaration in 2014, of which every nation signed and said we will contribute 2% of our GDP to defense, and of which that 20% of that was modernization. When President Trump came in, 28 nations at that time within NATO, 28 nations, you know how many countries had that 2%? 6. That was it. 6. So he pushed back really hard. And of course, a lot of people in America here, when you were to the mass media, were so upset that he was pushing back on NATO at the time, and really hard, and especially on Germany. But I sat right across from Chancellor Merkel when she told Vice President Pence at the Munich Security Conference that Germany would never get to 2% defense spending. And when you look at all what's said today about Germany going to 2%, all because of Ukraine, they were last year at 1.6%. You know where they're going to be this year? 1.4%. So they're going down. And the last thing I'll say is Germany was the scourge of the North Atlantic in World War II with their submarines. They sank a lot of the convoys that were coming across to help Germany. When the last administration came into the White House, Germany had 6 submarines. You know how many could get to sea? None. So that tells you why in the last administration we pushed hard on allies and especially on NATO because of the contribution that the United States paid, which is way outside of what everybody else is paying. We are over 3.7% given to NATO, and why President Trump railed so heavily against it, because he was protecting America and the American taxpayer.
Yeah, let me. I had the privilege of working for Donald Rumsfeld. And Donald Rumsfeld was faced with a similar pronouncement coming from the Elysee Palace back in 2006, where the foreign minister of France, Hubert Védrine, said that France could not tolerate the presence of a hyperpower in the world, to which Secretary Rumsfeld said, well, this is coming from a country whose 2 greatest generals were a very short Italian and a 16-year-old girl who heard voices. There's a point to that. President Trump tried to rearrange the focus of America. So what do I mean by that? I mentioned France. Can anybody tell me where the 3 largest U.S. embassies on the planet are? There's one, London, Paris, Berlin. That's 19th century priorities. And when the president saw that, he moved immediately to try to remedy that situation. And we are all still living under this Wilsonian fog that puts Europe at the primacy as the prime mover of whatever it is we do in this country, and reinforce what the general said. The former removed 1 chief of the German staff, resigned. And his resignation statement was, I was so proud to be a member of the Bundeswehr. He said, my forces can't fight. And that's where the leadership in this country comes in. It is to demand more of those people who have prospered under the umbrella of the good graces of the American people since 1945. That needs to be a priority in terms of foreign relations for the next administration.
Thank you, Secretary Wilkie. I have another question for you, and it's a broad question about how President Biden's abandonment of the America First approach to national security has undermined not just our security, but global security. And look, you've written extensively about this. You're a Newsmax TV contributor, and I know it's a lot to cover, but I'm just wondering, how can we summarize the damage that's been done by abandoning this successful approach to keep us free and secure?
Start off with an anecdote from Afghanistan. Her Majesty's government, Her late Majesty's government, lost 450 soldiers and Royal Marines in Afghanistan. The Italians lost 30 or 40, the French, 200. Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan without speaking to Boris Johnson, without speaking to Emmanuel Macron, without speaking to whomever was the Prime Minister of Italy at the time, because by the time the call would have gone out, there would have been another one in place. Not even the good graces to say we are leaving. That sent a shockwave through the world community that we have rightfully criticized. But it also showed that this was an administration that could not be trusted. This was an administration that had other priorities. I'll give you an example. We are now looking at the smallest defense budget since the second Harry Truman defense budget of 1947. We are about to go under 3% spending. And to compare that with former President Carter, and God bless him in these times, President Carter, who was maligned for not having a realistic view of the world and its dangers, his defense budget never went below 4.5% of GDP. And at least he had the sense of self to tell the American people 2 years into his administration, I was wrong. We are now going to put in train the B-1 bomber, the Abrams tank, the Minuteman III, and those were the foundations for the Reagan revival. The world sees America's power atrophy. It sees our priorities. Well, I'll give you another example. The Secretary of the Navy had a press conference with the Prime Minister of the Bahamas. He said that his priority is climate change. We now have the smallest Navy since 1937. Under this president, 2 years, there has not been one shipbuilding plan delivered to the United States Congress, which means there's no strategy. At a time when, unlike China, we have global interests with our fleet. They also said, for those of you who are Marines, no more big deck amphibs. So the Marines are on their own. I guess they enjoy the pleasantries of Craven and Carteret County, North Carolina, and the mosquitoes because they're not going anywhere. The point of all of this is that the notion of America has been terribly abused by this administration. The notion that we are, as Lincoln said, the last best hope. And I don't mean to wax poetic, but those are the kinds of things that drove this nation in the direction that it followed for most of our 200 plus years. Because when you don't have people who believe in that mission, that impacts every place down the list, down the line, which is why you don't get recruits, which is why our ships can't sail, which is why we have an Air Force that is the oldest since Harry Truman created it in 1947. And we have, as the Wall Street Journal said today, an administration that is concentrating on welfare entitlements and not the national security of its people. Just to put that in perspective, we're going below 3% on defense. EPA, 15% increase. HHS, 18% increase. HUD, I think, is somewhere in the 10 to 12%. At a time when we have a conglomeration of powers who tell us over and over again they want to kill us. And Golda Meir used to say, if somebody tells you constantly he wants to kill you, believe him. At this time, we see America in retreat from those aspects of American power that do the most important function, perform the most important function of the military, which, as the general said, is deterrence, so that we never have to use it. And we are losing that, and we are losing it rapidly. It will not turn around under this administration. And I'll add one other thing to what the general said about what should be done. On the first day, an executive order that disposes of the $3 billion that this administration is spending primarily at the Department of Defense on diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's an aircraft carrier, folks. That's what they're doing. So,
Congressman Jackson, how would you say the world has become more dangerous over the past 2 years? I know that's a lot to talk about because of this administration's abandonment of the America First approach to national security.
Well, I think Secretary Wilkie's exactly right. I think that we've totally abandoned our own protection, whether it's our leadership with NATO or whether it's our shrinking defense budget. And it's not just the budget; it's what they spend it on, right? If you dig into it and you look at the garbage that they're spending the money on, it's not to build new ships, to project forces and to do the things that need to be done now. And China's just playing us right now. I mean, they're totally taking advantage of us. They love what's going on in Russia right now. We're dumping tons of U.S. treasure in there. We're dumping all of our weapon systems in there. We're not able to backfill what we're giving them as fast as we need to. These are all things that we potentially should be maybe giving to Taiwan at this particular point so that they could potentially defend themselves at some point. They know the more that we use there, the less that we're going to have available for that. We're not, putting any of the resources into what's coming next in the Indo-Pacific. We're distracted. They also love the fact that we're just, we're decaying from the inside out. I mean, they're pushing this, whether it's TikTok or whatever else. The moral decay of this country. They're pushing that and propagating that, and they're part of that. We got fentanyl crossing our border. That comes from China before the Mexican cartels get it. They understand that all they have to do to some extent is just step back and let this woke agenda and this America Last agenda take off, and they can just step back and watch us destroy ourselves without a single shot fired. And I think that's been their plan all along. We know that we tend to have, unfortunately, a vision that looks 2 or 3, maybe 4 or 5 years down the road. They're playing the long game. They're looking 100 years down the road, and they have been for a long time now. And so we're in a bad spot right now. A lot of people's eyes have been opened up, but we're not making the changes that we need to make right now. But we've got to get our military back, and we've got to start, like Secretary Wilkie said, stop focusing on all this nonsense, all this garbage that's consuming our time and our resources, and start focusing on the primary mission of the military is to be there on a bad day to defend this country and to make sure that we can survive. And that's just not happening right now.
Some pretty harsh comments from up here on this administration, but I think it's well earned. When you look at Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution, there's one commander-in-chief, and it's the President of the United States. And he sets the tone for the military all the way down the line. That's his job. That's his primary role. It's one of the most, if not the most important role that he has, commander-in-chief, as President of the United States, because of what it means to either extending or using force, if necessary, overseas to protect our nation's interest, whatever we're going to do. And you don't see that. Look, and I'm a big believer in patterns. All of you out here set patterns. I set patterns, so do you. You probably go to work the same way. You go drive on the same road. You go to the same supermarket. You go to the same gas station. You make a lot of decisions the same way. And your adversaries see this, and it is a very, very dangerous world. This world is probably much more dangerous today than I know it was 4 years ago or 6 years ago or 8 years ago, because you've got the growth of nuclear powers, among other things, to the growth of China, when you see the growth of what's happening in Iran. And by the way, North Korea's out there a little bit too, by the way, having its fun. But you look at presidential decision-making, and it's absolutely critical. And this, it's going to be a harsh comment, and I know it is, but I think it's illustrative of what I'm talking about. Remember, this president was the president, when he was vice president, inside the Situation Room of the White House, when the decision was made to go get Osama bin Laden, he said no. This is the same president who then the Secretary of Defense, formerly the director of the CIA, Bob Gates, incredibly well respected, has said Joe Biden has been wrong on nearly every national security decision made in the last 40 years. And he doubled down on it just about 6 months ago, said it's true as well. And it was then his boss, the President of the United States, Barack Obama, said, never underestimate Joe's ability to screw something up. Those are all public comments, okay? And the reason why that's a harsh assessment is because you have to look how a presidential makes decisions and how they're reacted. Because guess who else is looking at them? Your adversaries. And your adversaries look for weakness. I'm an old believer in what Ulysses S. Grant said when he fights wars. When you fight, strike fast, strike hard. And this administration sits back well. It doesn't go forward and in hopes that you're going to, as American people, you ignore it. And I challenge anybody, look at the last administration and look at this administration. Look at the commander-in-chief from the last administration and what he did, and look at the commander-in-chief of this administration. Look at the team on the national security team that we had in the White House back then. Remember we said there weren't adults in the room? Well, look at this team when you see it. You don't see Tony Blinken out there. You don't see Jake Sullivan, the national security, out there talking about anything, and you just don't see him on television. We had the adults in the room. And one thing I'd said about the former president is he was very decisive. When he made a decision, we executed it rapidly. And he wasn't slow in making the decisions. And when he made them, they were hard over. I would say as an example, if you were in the Situation Room, you had a chance to talk. You always did. You had a chance to give your opinion. But once that decision was made, you couldn't come back and say, well, on second thought, nope, you were done. Made that commitment and you were gone. You've gone forward. So I think the concern I've got is our adversaries are looking, and are all emanated from Afghanistan, the absolute debacle. We saw what happened in Afghanistan, and then the follow-on what's happened since then. Look, and I'll just use one simple example in closing. When you look at the Middle East used to be our backyard. I mean, the Saudis would do nothing unless they talked to the United States of America. And what just happened? A peace deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia, brokered by the Chinese. That has never, ever happened before. And why? Because the Chinese saw a void, they saw emptiness, and they saw an ability to react. And you need to think hard about that when we look at the next commander-in-chief, whoever that's going to be.
I'd just add, a commander-in-chief who gets his calls returned, who gets his phone calls returned. You imagine the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia or the king not answering a phone call from President Trump or Nixon or Reagan. But there is one thing to be said, that Sullivan, Blinken, and the rest of them all went to the right schools. So.
And I'll just add to that. I think that, General Kellogg laid out a great reason. He laid out some of the weaknesses of Vice President Biden before he became our president. But I'll submit to you it's even worse than that right now. And I know I talk about this all the time, but I'm going to mention it because I'm not the only one talking about this. Our allies talk about this when I go overseas to conferences. They talk about this a lot. But the biggest problem we have now is, despite all the weaknesses that you lined out, this man has serious cognitive deficits right now, right? And when he gets on stage and he makes gaffes and he's confused about where he's at and what he's doing and, just all the other issues, and he shuffles when he walks and he stutters when he speeches and slurs his words, it does not inspire confidence, right? It does just the opposite. And I think it's compounded the fact that the administration in general, is not America first, and they don't care about things that we care about, or protecting this country and our military dominance and things of that nature. But then you have a commander-in-chief that the whole world thinks is not really the commander-in-chief, and he's not really making the decisions. That makes things much, much worse, and that really erodes confidence in our country.
Thank you, Congressman. I know this has been a little bit of a doom and gloom panel, but I have some good news, and that is that AFPI has a project to address these issues with leadership. It's called the American Leadership Initiative. It's an ambitious program. We're putting a lot of money and time and manpower in to get the personnel and the policies ready so the next president can start an America First program from day one when he gets into office. Now, this is being led by my friend and colleague Doug Holscher and Mike Rigas, who is the acting head of OPM. They are interviewing people across the government. They are getting experiences from the last administration And I mean, let's be frank. We love President Trump, but we know there were problems in personnel, that we did not get control of these bureaucracies, that there were some people put in positions who shouldn't have been there, who the president had to get rid of. The president was a neophyte. He came in with no government experience. I think he did a tremendous job. I think he learned by the end of the administration how to fill these positions. The next president will come in on day one with the people and the policies necessary to fill this. I'm so proud to be part of this, and we can tell you more about this. This is more on our website. But I want to talk to our panelists today about the importance of improved leadership in national security. What do we need to do better? What positions do we have to fill with the best possible people to make sure that we start from day one with a serious America First policy that will clean up the disasters of this administration? Congressman?
Well, I think General Kellogg would probably be first and foremost our national security advisor, somebody that's got the ear of the president on a daily basis if they need it. And unfortunately, we've had complete weakness at that, in that role right now. And it was showcased during Afghanistan. We've talked about that before. I won't go to that, but I would say that obviously national security advisor, Secretary of Defense, those are two of the most key positions I would think right up front. But the national security advisor has a unique ability. Other folks from other departments, they come and go from the White House, and they're not there every day, and they're not there all day long. The national security advisor is there. They have free reign to come in and out of the Oval Office whenever they want, talk to the president, bring anything to them they need to. And I think that the national security advisor and national security council are key, because that is the filter, for so much of the rest of the government.
General Kellogg? Yeah, but first of all, let me go back right what Fred just said a second about, gloom and doom. I'll tell you what, everything we've said here, there's still one thing I will say, which is a bedrock of what I've always believed. Never bet against the United States of America, ever. People have forgotten that in history, and there's no doubt in my mind we'll rise to any occasion going forward. When it comes to look, we screwed up the personnel job when we first came in. Let's be candid about it, all right? We did. Because part of it we thought, well, everybody would be singing Kumbaya, we're all together out there. It isn't the case. And I think this what Fred just explained of going forward is we want to make sure from day one that whoever the incoming president is going to be, that he's got the right people. And the right people is to get those people at very, very key positions. And it filters down. It's just not the top position. It's everybody underneath him. It's the team that you've got underneath you. But there's clearly, and the most important thing I think has got to be, which we missed very candidly on the last administration, is there's got to be an ability to be comfortable with and to work with and know whoever the president is going to be. Because it isn't how smart you are or how much money you've made on the outside world. It's that mental capacity, that mental mind game of getting together and knowing what the president wants and how do you execute those duties. Because I reminded everybody when we first came in the White House, when we came in on the national security team, none of us got an electoral college vote. It was the president and vice president. That's it. They make the decisions. And you have an obligation to either follow those decisions to the best of your ability or leave. And I remember I told people it was all about, to me, pigs. And they said, what do you mean pigs? I said, well, if I walked into the room and the president said, I want to send pigs to the moon, I would tell him, I would advise him, that is really not a good idea, okay? But if the president said, I want to send pigs to the moon, my next response is, how many do you want to send up there? And we'd figure it from there. So it's all about the people and getting the right people with the team.
Yeah, Fred, I'll finish first with a quote from General Powell that ties into what General Kellogg said, and it is a word of hope. Powell once said, to the consternation of the Boston-Washington corridor, that a platoon of United States soldiers has done more for world peace than all the UN agencies, celebrity telethons, and rock concerts combined will ever do. And we have to fall back on the innate goodness of the American people. And the graveyards are filled with characters who underestimated the resolve of the country. But it does need to change. The recommendation that I would make, having been at the helm of the second largest department, but also at the largest chunk of the largest department, is not so much being ready to go with those who need Senate confirmation. I would flood, particularly defense and state, with those presidential appointees, those Schedule Cs, those deputy assistants, those deputy assistant secretaries, and people like that, who go in on day one and the bureaucracy knows they're there. They have the president's intent clear. I'll give you an example. I walked in as the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, for Personnel and Readiness, which has about $300 billion worth of the Pentagon's budget. I was looking at chiefs of staff within the different offices of the Undersecretariat who'd been in those positions since I was in high school. Now, if we don't ascribe malevolent motivation to them, we have to ascribe that someone who's been in position for 35 or 40 years is not going to be amenable to change. And from day one, if we get hold with those secondary and tertiary positions and have that list so that as soon as the hand comes off the Bible, those people are there, they have a blueprint, then you have the opportunity to make great changes. But you can't wait for the United States Senate to confirm the Assistant Secretary of Defense for desks and paper. You have to put your people in at all of these levels, and that's the change will start on day one.
Michael Hayden was CIA director, and I knew him well. I'm a former CIA analyst. And he talks to incoming CIA directors and directors of national intelligence. And he's told them that when you report on your first day on the job, come alone. Don't bring any staff with you. We'll staff you. We'll provide the staff for you, because the intelligence agencies are non-political. There's no politics here. And I just heard that, and I thought it was appalling when I worked for the CIA, but as I left government and saw how incredibly politicized it was, I was just appalled at what was going on. I worked for the CIA when Porter Goss was director, and he tried to make some serious changes to the organization. They leaked like crazy to undermine Goss, and unfortunately, he didn't have the support of the National Security Advisor, who was Condoleezza Rice at the time, for the changes he was making. He was making bad press. The Bush administration didn't want to put up with it, and unfortunately let him go. It was a real mistake. And we made a mistake in the Trump administration, because when we named people to some of these senior positions, career attorneys in these agencies told the new presidential appointee, you're only allowed to bring a handful of people with you. I know that isn't true. And frankly, AFPI knows that's not true. We will not make that mistake again. And I'm not talking about politicizing these agencies. I'm just talking about putting in people who will remind them that they're to do their job without a political bias. They're to implement the president's policies. And as we heard up here today, if you can't do that, you have to leave, or you could be moved. I worked at the State Department for a long time. There's ways to move people. You don't have to fire them. If they can't put up with the policies, there are ways to move them into an equivalent position. This is something our leadership initiative is putting a lot of time into, to make sure that this is done right. And I just tell you, it is such a privilege to be part of this. Congressman, before I wrap up, I thought I'd give you an opportunity to see if you would like to make any closing remarks. We're just so honored that you're here today, sir.
No, I appreciate you guys having me. It's a big honor to be here, and it's been great to watch how this organization has grown in number and influence, and it's really just fun to be a part of this now, and I think it's just going to continue to get bigger and bigger, so I'm excited to be part of it. I'll say that, like you said, I'm glad that you guys are involved in this, because, and Dr. Wilkie alluded to this, it starts on day one with that transition team, and you got to have some really good people in place on that transition team, some people that you really trust, or the people that you need in these certain positions. They'll never get their foot in the door. So we do have to do that, but I appreciate being here. Congress, people ask me all the time, how do you like being being in Congress. What's it like? And I tell people, well, to be honest with you, I've had better jobs. It's I didn't plan on being a politician, but here I am, and I signed up for it, so I'm not going to complain about it or bitch about it too much. But it's a lot of work, and we've got a lot to do, and we need as many people in Congress as we can possibly get, and that's the other thing. Let's not just talk about, taking our country back and making America first again is not just about the executive branch. It's about making sure that we get the right people in the House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate as well. If we don't have that, we still got a big problem. So get as many patriots out there, as many people that are like-minded with the ones of us here in the room. Get them, recruit them, get them into office, because we need help in Congress to take our country back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, as I said to General Kellogg earlier, a challenge we have here is that there seems to be an op-ed almost every month that America First is isolationism, or it's for America alone, or not working with the world. And I think we had a great discussion here that really rebutted that. And we're going to take video of this. And when these op-eds appear, we're going to send this discussion to these various newspapers. And General Kellogg and I are already doing this. When pieces show up in National Review or the Washington Post repeating this false claim, we're rebutting it. And we'll keep rebutting it, because America First is changing the way we see national security today, not just conservatives. I think President Trump's administration made it clear that the old way, the establishment way, was simply not working. And I think this approach is here to stay. We're developing it, we're protecting it at AFPI, and we're so grateful for your support. So I'd like to thank Congressman Jackson and General Kellogg and Secretary Wilkie for this great discussion, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. You want to stop? I figured that.
When we are a strong America, we're also a prosperous America.
John Ratcliffe.
Keith Kellogg. America First foreign policy means the first thing we look at is the support to the American people.
Challenging paradigms and orthodoxies that have been placed for the last few decades that really don't serve the American people well.
You must use military force for a concrete reason. We should not be involved in nation building.
What's really important about the work that we're doing here at the America First Policy Institute is we can be that foundation. We can be that set of shoulders that the next generation can stand on.
What we're seeing today is what happens when a president doesn't push back on other nations. They see a weakness out there. They saw no weakness in the previous 4 years. Strength really does matter. Not only military strength, but economic strength.
Making decisions that will actually secure the border, that will actually bring peace to the Middle East, that will actually take on a rising China.
We are carrying the torch forward.
To advance those policies that really allowed for successes and victories over the last 4 years that Americans have been waiting for.
But when you remain an economically and military secure nation, America does well, and the American people will prosper because of that. America's future is America First.
What a day. moderated by Dr. Jacob Oldort.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's hard to join a post-lunch panel, but rest assured, this one is a real privilege for me to introduce and help, help discuss here with our panel here. One theme, I mean, Rob and I were talking just before the panel, and I think there's a good kind of summary of what we've been hearing today, and that is that it's going to be a long 2 years, I think. But to pick up on a theme from this morning, there is, I think, hope, and that I think is the thread that runs throughout the panels, is that unlike in 2015 and previously, we know the policies that actually work. We know what it takes, whether it is to secure the border, whether it's to face the threat from our adversary, China, or any other issue. I mean, it is, we have those policies in place. We have those America First policies, and we are just, it's a personal privilege for me here to introduce this panel, which was so seminal and formative in crafting one of those signature policies, and that is introducing peace in the Middle East. I've been thinking about the title of this panel, Preserving Peace in the Middle East. It's an interesting verb because previously, peace, we talked about ISIS. These are topics that are rarely discussed, but we have something to preserve. We have a blueprint to preserve for peace, and that blueprint came about on September 15th, 2020 on the South Lawn of the White House with the signing of the Abraham Accords, the first agreement between Israel and its neighbors in decades, brokered by the Trump administration, and again, where each of the individuals joining me here was such a critical part in crafting. So I'd like to first thank our panelists for joining us today, and thank you all for being part of this very special day. A brief note of introduction of our panelists, beginning with Senator Lankford, who is a champion of peace in the Middle East in the Congress today. He obviously, his service includes the State Foreign Operations Subcommittee, which conducts oversight of our foreign assistance programs. He is topical here, the co-founder and co-chair of the Senate Abraham Accords Caucus, which just returned from a CODEL in January to the Accords nations, surveying the progress being made. And well, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's hard to join a post-lunch panel, but rest assured, this one is a real privilege for me to introduce and help, help discuss here with our panel here. One theme, I mean, Rob and I were talking just before the panel, and I think there's a good kind of summary of what we've been hearing today, and that is that it's going to be a long 2 years, I think. But to pick up on a theme from this morning, there is, I think, hope, and that I think is the thread that runs throughout the panels, is that unlike in 2015 and previously, we know the policies that actually work. We know what it takes, whether it is to secure the border, whether it's to face the threat from our adversary, China, or any other issue. I mean, it is, we have those policies in place. We have those America First policies, and we are just, it's a personal privilege for me here to introduce this panel, which was so seminal and formative in crafting one of those signature policies, and that is introducing peace in the Middle East. I've been thinking about the title of this panel, Preserving Peace in the Middle East. It's an interesting verb because previously, peace, we talked about ISIS. These are topics that are rarely discussed, but we have something to preserve. We have a blueprint to preserve for peace, and that blueprint came about on September 15th, 2020 on the South Lawn of the White House with the signing of the Abraham Accords, the first agreement between Israel and its neighbors in decades, brokered by the Trump administration, and again, where each of the individuals joining me here was such a critical part in crafting. So I'd like to first thank our panelists for joining us today, and thank you all for being part of this very special day. A brief note of introduction of our panelists, beginning with Senator Lankford, who is a champion of peace in the Middle East in the Congress today. Obviously, his service includes the State Foreign Operations Subcommittee, which conducts oversight of our foreign assistance programs. He is, topical here, the co-founder and co-chair of the Senate Abraham Accords Caucus, which just returned from a CODEL in January to the Accords nations, surveying the progress being made. And now even his oversight and work on the Abraham Accords includes his work on the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, which as of last month will now be doing oversight on DHS's coordination of cybersecurity across Abraham Accords nations. So Senator, thank you so much. We're so honored to have you today.
Thanks, Jack. Thank you.
Excellent. Victoria Coates, Senior Research Fellow at the Margaret Thatcher Center for Freedom at the Heritage Foundation. It goes on for a while. Okay. But obviously many distinguished positions in the Trump administration, including Special Assistant to the President for Strategic Communications and Deputy National Security Advisor for National Security and North African Affairs, before moving over to the Department of Energy, where she was the key advisor to Secretary Briette on national security and his representative in the region. Victoria, thank you so much for being here, for joining us. Yeah. And last but most certainly not least, my friend and colleague, Rob Greenway, the President and Executive Director of the single institution in the world charged with the mandate of preserving and building upon the Abraham Accords agreement, the institution with the same name, Abraham Accords Peace Institute. Rob continues that work with allies and partners in the region and around the world. He's also an adjunct fellow at the Hudson Institute. In the Trump administration, he's a senior director, for the Middle East, part of the small but dedicated team led by the former senior advisor to the president, Jared Kushner. He's also a combat veteran of U.S. Army Special Forces. Rob, thank you so much for being here. Thanks. Congresswoman Tenney is in the program, but unfortunately she could not be with us, but we hope to have her on a future occasion. She is also a big champion on these issues. Senator Lankford, if I may, by way of a scene setter, to describe for us perhaps the perspective from Congress. Your over a decade in Congress includes both chambers and overlaps your work with 3 different presidential administrations. Tell us a little bit first about your experience working with the Obama, if there was any, Trump and Biden administrations, and then second, how that reflected in your work with your colleagues, especially with bipartisanship.
So thanks. By the way, I had to stop and stare at my tag here where it says TH, James Lankford, and kept staring at it, trying to figure out what the TH was for. Is that the Honorable? Can I take that back to my wife? And just set this on our dinner table right there on it. Y'all, I have had the chance to be able to work with 3 administrations, and they couldn't be more different in how they're handling Middle East policy on this. Some of these things are obvious. All of you track foreign policy the same as I do on issues, but the Obama administration, especially in the way they treat Iran, and make no mistake, Iran is the big issue in the Middle East. The Middle East tries to say that Israel is the big issue. If you talk to them privately, they'll say, Israel's doing great. That's not the issue. Iran is the issue that's in the Middle East. The Obama administration ignored our friends and paid all their attention trying to be able to woo the Iranians to be able to come over. The Iranian nuclear deal funneled just billions of dollars and plane loads of cash to them we're all familiar with to try to figure out how they're going to win them over. Clearly, that didn't work. We watched terrorism rise during that time period. Hezbollah was very well funded during that period. I mean, all of those things that we all saw. Trump administration took a very different turn to say we're going to isolate them. We're going to try to put very severe sanctions. I talked to the leaders in Lebanon during that time period, and they literally said to me, whatever you're doing right now, keep doing it. Because the folks in Hezbollah have less money now, and they're struggling to be able to put together weapon systems and to be able to organize. And that pressure that was happening on Iran was having a direct effect on the peace in the Middle East. Now to watch what's happening in the Biden administration. They've shifted back to trying to work on the JCPOA again. They've run that for a couple of years, and they realize they're the only person pushing it Even the Iranians aren't pushing it. No one in the region wants them to do it. And when you talk to leaders in the region, they over and over again saying, why is the administration doing this? Because they feel like that they're pushing Iran. So two big issues in this three. That is one big issue. Two other big issues that are out there with the Biden administration at this time. No one in the region knows where America stands with Iran. And the clear question when I talk to leaders in the Middle East right now that they will ask me privately is, what is America's plan? Or more specifically, they would say, what is America willing to do? And they have no idea. If they don't know what America's willing to do, they're going to turn to China, they're going to turn to somebody else, they're going to try to figure out how they can just survive because there's no clear plan. The other side of this is dealing with Israel. Every president since Jimmy Carter has brought a peace plan between the Israelis and the Palestinians until this one. And the Palestinians right now, and what you're seeing in the uprising is there is no message that the Palestinian leadership can go to the Palestinian people and say, here's our next plan, here's our next idea, because literally the administration's been silent on that issue. Every single president has had a different option, but has at least presented a plan until now. So the quote-unquote foreign policy president, President Biden, has been absent on some of the most significant foreign policy issues that we have as a country and as a world. And I think it has real repercussions in the area. So they all handle the issues differently, but at least they're engaging. We seem to be passive in the process, watching things happen, rather than being the United States of America. We're the world leader, and we're going to engage.
Well, that's excellent and very harrowing. And not to put you on the spot, but your work with your colleagues as well in Congress. I know you have to go back and vote with them and work with them, but maybe in broad strokes, what does bipartisanship look like?
So there's a lot of bipartisanship around Israel, quite frankly. That has been a nonpartisan issue on the whole. That has shifted somewhat. Some of my Democratic colleagues are pushing away and being more pro-Palestinian and upset. Some of them is because they don't like Netanyahu, and there's all kinds of other issues there. Israel can't be a partisan issue, though. We've been very, very careful on this. This should not be a partisan issue. We're the United States of America. Our ally is Israel. Okay, we're not Switzerland. We're the United States. So that's one issue on this. There's a lot of conversation about where to be able to go. In the Middle East in particular, I actually had a bill dealing with the JCPOA that I brought actually as an amendment through a process. And I had 16 or 17 of my Democrat colleagues that joined me in that. That actually led directly to the White House, then a week later backing off the JCPOA. But we're able to force the hand because on the whole, when you talk to a lot of our members on both sides of the aisle, they see what's happening in the Middle East and they really feel like we are drifting at this point, and that's not a region we should drift in.
Absolutely. No, I think that's very heartening to hear, and I just know as a former Hill staffer how difficult it is to get bipartisanship, especially on Iran, in Congress, and so it is good to know that there are sensible people to work with on both sides. And Victoria, obviously, to borrow an expression from your different life, to paint a picture for us, bad joke, but looking at the region now, kind of shifting focus across the Atlantic, tell us a bit about, this is, I would say, probably unprecedented in how dangerous these times are. China just stepped in earlier this month, brokered a deal. We'll see if it has teeth or if it's just publicity between Iran and Saudi Arabia. They're now, brokering a deal supposedly between Russia and Ukraine. Tell us a bit about what we're looking at and where we go the next 2 years. What that would look like.
Well, thank you, Jacob and Fred and AFPI for all of your kind hospitality, and Senator and Rob. It's always a pleasure to exchange views with you. And I like to say 18 months. I think we're almost legitimately there, where we can stop saying 2 years and start saying 18 months. And in terms of the danger of the times, I had a wonderful opportunity last June to go to Normandy and visit the beaches. My grandfather always gets me. Came up Utah second wave, and to be able to visit with my mother and his great-grandson, just with a great tribute. So when I think about how difficult these times are, and they're not pleasant, that always brings me great solace. And at the same time, I think we do see a generational change taking shape in terms of the way we are postured to approach our threats. I don't remember China being a big issue in the 2016 campaign. But boy, was it a big issue in 2020 and in the midterms. I'm from Pennsylvania. I would say that actually defined the Republican primary, was the issue of China. So we now are revisiting all of our, relationships and global networks in that context. But I am not in the camp that believes we have to abandon all of those global relationships and contexts and just leap into the Pacific and ignore everything else. I do agree. Heritage's president has an op-ed in Time this week talking about how we can approach Ukraine in a way that is responsible to our obligations on the Chinese front. And I think that is the way we have to consider these things. And then, Jacob, as you were saying, this remarkable announcement of a peace deal brokered by Chairman Xi between Iran and Saudi Arabia, to me, is the mirror opposite of the Abraham Accords. Instead of an American president putting his arms around former adversaries, bringing them together in a wide-ranging agreement that's going to include, economic and people-to-people contexts as well as security contacts. That's what peace in the Middle East looks like, and we've seen it, we saw it in action. And this is China opportunistically trying to exploit a terrible conflict to expand their sphere of interest. And I think the good news is that Iranian brokered or Chinese brokered deals don't tend to be very pleasant. The Iranians don't tend to keep their obligations. So my expectations that this thing is going to have many legs are fairly low. And I think the fact that we had the Boeing deal with the Saudis announced the following week shows you they're not going too far down the road. And so that is salvageable, but it's going to take work. And it's why what's happening in the Congress right now is so critically important, both in terms of the majority in the House, but also the very, very slim minority in the Senate, and the ability of senators like Senator Lankford to keep these relationships going, to be a point of contact, someone they can talk to, who can take on board their issues. And so I think, as we see potentially Iran and China playing an increasingly aggressive role in Ukraine, it's going to be a real moment for the United States to have to decide, and in concert with our European allies, what is our role? When we have other people joining that nasty little party, is there something else we need to do? And what is Europe prepared to do to defend itself against an adversary like China coming into that sort of a conflict? So yes, I think it's going to be a very active 18 months, but so much work we can do now to prepare for hopefully good news in 2025.
Oh, it's good to have a positive spin.
I try.
I remember just on a tangent. We with Senator Hatch, we visited Normandy and kind of wiped the sand on the Utahns that served, and so that was very moving. And but I think it brings up the point that this kind of awareness of what our history is, what it is that we fight for, what we stand for. We heard in the last panel about the judicious use of American power abroad, the America First approach. Again, going back to peace deals, so-called, whether by China, well, certainly China has a different agenda, but there's a peace deal and there's a peace deal. And I think, the Abraham Accords, really, we see the fruits of that today. We've seen it in the continued prosperity and collaborations between, whether it's scientific research, whether it's tourism, whether it's commercial ventures, that continues. Rob, you recently had a great piece in Hudson outlining one element of this, and that's the trade area of opportunity that we have to build on the trade progress made through the Abraham Accords. You cite there that Israel's foreign minister mentioned that Israel's trade with the Accords nations exceeded, almost reached $3 billion just in 2022. Talk a little bit with us about the benefits that you see in this area.
Happy to do it, and thanks to AFPI, the team here, many old friends, and to you, Jacob, for hosting the panel, and to Senator Lankford and Victoria. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today. Let me say first that undergirding the logic behind the Accords, and in contrast to what was approached in 79 with Egypt and 94 with Jordan, was this idea that economic integration would provide a rationale for a stronger bond between our partners and allies in the region. Second, that on that basis, you would defend it logically. You would protect it because of how the importance it represented to you. And it also, at the same time, brought together, again, our partners and allies in the region historically and in a very vital sense. And so I think we're seeing evidence of that now. And for context, the sort of $3 billion mark here in 2022, the preceding year, is up from $500 million in 2019. And it's a good news story, but it doesn't end there, because there are essentially sort of three levels of economic potential that are worth considering. And again, mindful that the goal here is to tie our partners and allies more closely together within the region. On the first level, there's just the straight bilateral ties between the individual countries, between Israel and the Emirates, between Israel and Bahrain, and so on. And that is a significant growth in trade and in new economic activity and in job creation. It's 5 times greater if you pursue that on a multilateral basis, and so take advantage of the unique strengths and advantages of each country in a broader context. And the third is about 10 times the potential, get up to $1 trillion of potential new economic activity and over 7 million jobs in the region by 2030, if you could integrate the rest of the region and expand the accords, as was the original intent, and I think it remains the intent. And so if you could do this, you would have enormous economic potential, not just for the countries in question, but also to tie, again, our partners to the region more closely. And again, we looked at this as a critical region in a broader global context. So between the European and Asian markets, the Accords member countries in the Middle East, North Africa sits dead center. Almost no goods and services transfer between those two regions. No information travels between those regions except through this particular part of the world that has historically known a number of security challenges. And so you're left with, okay, mindful that this is a discussion about America First foreign policy, our perspective was, how does this serve U.S. interests? Not just aligning our partners and allies, but most importantly, you have 3 choices, right? There's a tremendous risk in the Middle East that hasn't gone away. As Senator Langford correctly pointed out, and the region knows well, Iran is the principal threat. And you're left then with sort of 3 choices. One is you could accept it, abandon the region, and allow it to fend for itself. And that is not a good policy I would advocate for. We're seeing the evidence of some of that now and the consequences of it. The second option is you could insert your own resources in order to protect and defend your interests in the region. We've tried that, and that comes at great cost. And I've spent most of my adult life as part of that. And I would say that that's probably not the preferred method, and I would say there's not broad support to sustain that. So that leaves you with the third, and in our view, the most practical solution here, and it's built on the foundation of the Abraham Accords and with our partners and allies in the region, and that is a new enduring regional security architecture with an economic logic beneath it, so that it makes sense and it doesn't require the same amount of commitment of resources to do. So from an America First perspective, it allows us to achieve our vital national interests, to safeguard them, to preserve the viability of global markets, which we are the principal architect and the principal beneficiaries, and to do it with a far less reduction or do it with far less commitment of U.S. resources, blood and treasure. And again, the economic rationale benefits not just ourselves, but also our partners. And again, I contrast that with 79 and 94, and not as a criticism, but mindful of the fact that it costs us billions every year to sustain those 2 agreements. I think it was a good investment, but contrast that with the Accords, which not only did not cost us anything, we ultimately ended up profitable because it was a provision of security equipment necessary to support their decision. Again, it's a different pursuit to get to our vital national interests in the region. And the last thing I would say is, because it's not always encompassed within trade, is the energy component of this. Obviously, the region is a principal source of energy for the world and will continue to be so for some time in the future. As we see Europe struggle with replacing the loss of Russian gas after the illegal invasion of Ukraine, in our view, the Accords member countries provide the logical alternative of partners and allies providing that energy, along with the United States, to sustain our partners and allies in Europe. This gets us off a dependency on our adversaries, and it gets us back to bringing our partners and allies more closely together. Again, built on a foundation that the Accords, I think, made a significant step towards.
That's great. No, and I think it brings up a very important point about kind of how we work with our allies, and how really, ultimately it is American policy that determines, how well, these agreements can actually help us deter our adversaries and achieve the American interests, which you eloquently described. Which brings us, of course, the main obstacle to peace in the Middle East, which I'd like you described a little bit of, and that is Iran. And you had a very moving speech on the Senate floor where you kind of connected all the dots, Iran with Russia and China, and these are all mutually complementary threats to the American people. Tell us a little bit. There are a couple of parts here. I mean, first of all, there's the debate in Congress now on the AUMF, the authorization for the use of military force. There's also the protests going on in Iran currently, about which the Biden administration, I think, has said virtually nothing. There's an 11-minute...
Painfully so.
Painfully so, yeah. I think a very informative video Rob Malley gave to France 24, where he basically said, we won't budge from our Iran policy, such as it is. So tell us, what tools do we have in Congress? You have the Disrupt Act and the Stop Iran Act.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's several pieces there. Iran is definitely the destabilizer of the region. What they're doing to promote terrorism around the world, what they're doing to be able to advance weapon systems to folks. It's interesting that the quote-unquote peace deal between China and that China is brokering between Iran and Saudi Arabia is to get Iranian weapons to stop being fired at them from Yemen. So there's this whole dynamic that's still happening there in the region that's ongoing. A couple things the administration has done. They've set aside the JCPOA nuclear deal for a season, and the reason being is a lot of us have pushed back on them pretty hard to say you cannot go negotiate with an Iranian government while the Iranian people are in the street begging for freedom. Okay, so you can't go give legitimacy to a government at the same time their people are begging to have legitimacy. What China just did with Iran and Saudi Arabia was to elevate the Iranian leadership and to diminish what was happening on the street. It is classic China. China's focused on the leaders. We're the leaders. It doesn't matter what people think on the street. We cannot follow that same model and engagement by trying to be able to negotiate out with leaders and to be able to legitimize them. We should be finding ways to practically communicate with the people on the street to say we stand with the people of Iran who just want freedom. They want the ability to be able to wear their hair how they want. Now, just let that soak in for a minute, okay? I mean, it is that remarkable to be able to say they're just looking for something basic in what we take for granted. So we have a responsibility to be able to say we're the United States. We not only believe the rights that we enjoy are rights that are American rights, we believe they're rights given by God to every person. So what are we doing to be able to stand up for those rights in Iran as well? So how do you isolate the regime and elevate the people of Iran? So that should be a major part of our strategy. Unfortunately, the administration is speaking almost none to the people of Iran. I've spoken several times on the floor of the Senate, talking about what's happening in Iran, talking about the protesters. It's been interesting to me the number of messages I'm getting back saying, here's a translation of your speech that you did on the floor of the Senate in Farsi, because this is moving around in Iran right now. They're just hungry for somebody to see them at this point for who they are. So I think we should be trying to find ways to practically say, we see you. And we're continuing to be able to find ways to be able to encourage them, because if the people of Iran are able to experience the freedom that most others in the world actually enjoy, that is revolutionary in the Middle East and what happens in every other relationship. You think about how much of our strategy right now is built. The Fifth Fleet in Bahrain is there because of an Iranian threat and because of all that's going on. I mean, there's billions of dollars that we're spending because of the threat of Iran and what they could do at any moment to be able to shut down commerce through, depending on who you talk to, the Arabian Gulf or the Persian Gulf. I won't even get into that. Okay, so all of that is all built around a hostile Iran. We should be engaging in that. They are the major player there.
Well, thank you for your many years of leadership on this issue. And as you said, the silence from this administration is quite deafening.
Yeah, the bills that we've got are just to advance the sanctions to make sure they don't give up on the sanctions. Our fear is they're going to say, okay, we're going to negotiate this away with the RGC or other things, and we just have some basic bills to be able to say, no, you can't surrender these sanctions. Yeah.
Straightforward, yeah. No, and then, obviously how we relate to our allies. I mean, that's kind of part of it. Why Saudi Arabia, one reason perhaps, that it's in the situation is because of the great treatment the Biden administration has been giving it. Another ally, important ally in this very important fight is Israel, of course. And Victoria, you wrote about Netanyahu's re-election for a fifth term. And you wrote there that there's much to celebrate about the return of this unapologetically conservative prime minister. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's probably not the view shared by the Biden administration. But tell us about where U.S.-Israel relations are right now.
It's a very difficult time for all of our relationships across the Gulf, and not to take issue with Senator Langford, but one interesting thing about what you said about the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain and being there to ensure free commerce through the Straits of Hormuz, that's basically the Carter Doctrine from 1980, which is by far and away the smartest thing Jimmy Carter ever did. And low bar, but maybe this is a bad time to be making that kind of comment. But I think, the notion that the United States would provide security guarantees for the Gulf to make sure those flows of energy, which we then needed, would freely pass through the strait was a very important thing and the bedrock, really, of the modern U.S.-Saudi relationship. What was different during the Trump administration, and this is one of the areas where the landscape was one way under Obama, completely different under Trump, and now we're back to the future with Biden, is with the shift in our energy policy. When I went to Saudi in the fall of 20 to represent Secretary Brouillette, I wasn't there as a supplicant. I wasn't asking them to turn the taps on. I was there to say, how do we coordinate? Because we had coordinated when we took the Iranian waivers to zero very productively with them. We had worked together after the Abqaiq attacks to make sure we didn't have crazy spikes in energy prices, and that worked. And they are totally open to it. They know there's, the company in OPEC is not particularly pleasant. And so if we are playing a responsible role, they are very, very willing to partner with us. And I think, I was there when the pariah comment was made, and you could feel it go through Riyadh like a wave. Shock. How could this be said by a major candidate? And now he's president. And, these things are all interrelated. When we pulled the Patriots out of Saudi in March of 21, that's when the seeds of this Chinese deal were sowed. And, when the administration wouldn't return their phone calls over that, then when the administration was going nuts over energy prices, guess what? Their phone calls weren't returned. So it's frustrating to watch the administration abdicate a huge advantage that we've achieved as a nation over the last decade. Just to wrap up with Israel, it is back to the future. It's trying to force this moral parity between the Israelis and the Palestinians, and that they are equal parties in the view of the United States government, which, maybe 50 years ago, maybe, if you are doing your best to be generous, but it's simply not true now. Israel is one of the most powerful countries on the planet, notwithstanding its size, and a huge and important partner to the United States in so many fields, and the Palestinians, or rather their leadership, have resolutely refused to take advantage of any such offer, and so that it's just simply not equivalent. And trying to insist that it is leads to this kind of broken policy. And unfortunately, I think the personal animus toward Prime Minister Netanyahu is reaching a boiling over point. To have the State Department summon Ambassador Herzog, to be yelled at in a very public manner is, it's just so counterproductive and unhelpful. And the issues that Israel's going through enough issues right now. They don't need tremendous pressure out of Washington, especially as some of the things you might consider missteps, like the proposed legislation to ban spreading Christianity. Of course, a lot of us said, whoa, that's not a good thing. And to his credit, Netanyahu came out and said, no, that's not going to proceed. So, they are working through this process, but it's very disappointing to see all of the progress that was made in terms of reposturing that relationship as much more a relationship of equals during the Trump administration. Again, we can get back there. We current positions and then be ready to go in the event of a change.
That's pretty well said. And I think just to pick up on one segue there, it's interesting how some things are very, very personal for this administration and others are just kind of ignored altogether. The example that comes to mind, again, going back to allies, which is so important to peace, and deterring our adversaries. A question for Senator Langford. To let's say, problematic allies, Saudi Arabia and Turkey. One, there is a very personal vendetta against, and the other, we don't really see much action. I mean, the Turks were about to purchase their second tranche of S-400 systems, and the Biden administration withheld any strong action. You've been a big champion of, obviously, strong policy in both. But tell us a bit about those two allies and our relationship.
Well, I'm not sure I should vacation in Turkey. That's probably not a good idea for me. Several years ago, when Turkey made the statement that they were going to buy the S-400, their statement was the Americans are so slow to be able to sell us our surface-to-air missile systems, to be able to protect our systems, that it does take forever. By the way, the foreign military sales, that process is very, very broken currently. So they're not wrong in that way, but their pursuit of the S-400 was, I think, a different political reason for them as well. I made it very clear in multiple statements and with multiple others to be able to say, if they get the S-400, then they need to lose the F-35. You can't have the F-35 and the S-400 sitting on the same tarmac side by side and have Russian advisors walking around the F-35. That's not tolerable. So we were very clear on that up front, repeated that numerous times on it to be able to say you cannot have both. They took delivery, so my colleagues stepped up and said, well, as long as they don't turn it on, they can still have it. And I said, if it's delivered, then there are Russian advisors that are on the ground. That's absurd to say you just can't turn it on. To be able to be there, they need to lose the F-35. And so I fought tenaciously and won eventually to be able to not only have the F-35 pulled from Turkey, but also production. You may not know there are about 1,000 parts of the F-35 that were actually formerly manufactured in Turkey as a part of our alliance with NATO. They have now lost all of that manufacturing. A terribly unfortunate thing that all that manufacturing got pulled back to the United States. Okay, so we're actually making that back in America now. But for Turkey, they paid a pretty high price for that decision. Now, I have to tell you, Turkey's a complicated relationship for us. Turkey, we have great participation with them in some areas of the world where we have an ongoing partnership. They filled all their billets with NATO, all of those things, and at other times we cannot figure out who they are. My public statements and private statements have been, I want my friend back. Turkey was a close ally for a long time, and we partnered together all over the world. And I can't figure out who Turkey is from day to day now and who their ally is anymore. And we didn't move in that as a country, they moved. We'll learn much about Turkey in May when they have their next presidential elections. And so it's one of those things to be able to watch what happens in the next couple of months. And then we'll see. I don't think there's any chance we can move our elections to May. You think there is?
Wouldn't that take an act of Congress?
That would take, yeah, probably more than an act of Congress for that one. But so we'll just learn a lot about Turkey in May and how they handle the elections, what actually occurs there, what Erdogan chooses to be able to do around that election, and what occurs in the days ahead. But that's a complicated relationship that we need to be able to work to win back over. They're an important relationship to us. We have an air base that's extremely important to the United States and to NATO that's there in Turkey. We want to be able to maintain that ongoing relationship. At the same time, while Turkey is basically saying to Saudi Arabia and Egypt and everyone else, we're going to be the major player in the region, Saudi Arabia is saying, no, you're not. And so there's an interesting balance that's happening in the Middle East right now where Turkey is trying to insert itself in a lot of these conflicts and a lot of these issues, whether it be in Somalia, whether it be in all over Libya and other engagements. They're spreading out their influence in multiple places and regions. And Saudi Arabia continues to say, we're the major player and we're the major influencer. So it is a relationship to be able to watch. I am frustrated with this administration and how they choose to be able to chastise Saudi Arabia over and over again and to literally push them into the arms of China. In that region, they're still furious about American public statements in the Obama administration about our pivot to Asia, because that region feels like if you're pivoting to Asia, you're pivoting away from us. So while we were, quote unquote, pivoting to Asia, Asia was pivoting to the Middle East. And the major supplier of energy to China is Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Iran. And China is going to just step in as their biggest customer and have a tremendous amount of influence while we're walking away. We are energy independent, and I'm grateful for that, and that's a very good thing. The Fifth Fleet is spending a lot of their time chasing Iranian weapon systems now, stopping them from going to Yemen. But though we're working towards or achieving energy independence, that region's still extremely important, and we do it to our peril to be able to walk away and leave that influence solely with China. By the way, they send their kids to American schools in that region, not to Chinese schools. They want to be allies with us. If they are not allies with us long term, it is our own fault.
That's a great point. And yeah, it's unfortunate that in these times the bold leadership from the Biden administration manifests in changing the name of Turkey to Turkey in the press release. That's a great prioritization. No, but thank you, Senator.
Sensitive.
Exactly, sensitive, right. But no, and I think your point about as we pivot to Asia, Asia pivots to the Middle East, or pivot away from the Middle East to Asia. Right. Asia pivots to the Middle East, should be. But that's a good segue, Rob. The Abraham Accord, you recently wrote in the Jerusalem Post about the Abraham Accords as a kind of deterrent against China in the Middle East. Kind of reflecting a little bit on the trade piece, but then more broadly as well. I mean, China's investments, I mean, you look at the UAE, they have, I think, 2 port projects there. Obviously, the port in Haifa, which the Trump administration worked very hard to counsel away from. But talk to us about today, the Abraham Accords as a unique vehicle to deter China.
Yeah, and it's more of a positive alternative to China's Belt and Road Initiative. So if you think about it, right, their principal objective outside their own borders is to obtain those resources that are required that they can't provide for themselves. In the Middle East is chief among them, and it's not my assessment, it's their own judgment. So about 10 years ago, they wrote very clearly they have one preeminent goal relative to the Middle East, and that's uninterrupted supply of energy for which there is no replacement. And so for them, it is a critical requirement. It is also a critical vulnerability. And as Senator Langford pointed out, more than half of that is coming from our partners and allies, our traditional partners and allies in the region. It's now somewhere close to 45% of China's oil, and they're also the 3rd largest natural gas importer. That isn't going to change, and they're making no efforts to alter that. In fact, it's increasing. And so from a strategic perspective, the Middle East is critically important to China and irreplaceable to China because they can't sustain economic growth, let alone grow, and there's no military that runs on renewables. So it is oil and gas, it is really oil alone that constitutes the basis of China's military threat. So from 2 strategic perspectives, it is absolutely vital to China, and we're seeing them act in accordance with their interests. And they're taking advantage of our neglect because, as Victoria pointed out and as Senator Langford mentioned, this is an area where we have the traditional advantage. I would say that for our perspective, the Abraham Accords is a constellation of U.S. partners and allies bound together by shared mutual interests. And that, I think, constitutes a positive alternative. And I think we're always looking for a positive alternative to what our adversaries are doing. And so it makes logical sense that reinforcing this policy would return dividends. And again, it's interesting to see what we have forgotten. And I'm reminded that in the Second World War, we originally started to pursue as a matter of strategic priority destroying the infrastructure in Europe that the Germans were using to project power, their railways, their road intersections, their bridges, et cetera. We realized that wasn't a good policy. It wasn't terribly effective. We would need that after successfully concluding a conflict, so we decided that wasn't the right thing to do. The second alternative was go after manufacturing capacity, industrial capacity, determining that if they couldn't produce tanks, we wouldn't have to fight them. The reality was that was counterproductive. It was ineffective because there were enormous civilian casualties associated with it, and we would need that infrastructure after the war as well. Finally, after about 4 years, we came to the right conclusion and realized that energy was the strategic priority. Germany didn't have it. They had to go get it. And if you could prevent it, it didn't matter how many tanks and planes you had. It was completely irrelevant. And now I would say the same is true in theory and in principle with China. If you can hold their principal dependency on oil and gas at risk, you could prevent all kinds of bad outcomes. And if in the event that you had it rose to conflict, you would have the decisive and strategic advantage. And I would add that we took Iran and Venezuela off the global oil markets, and we managed to keep things at a manageable pace, and an interesting contrast because the ultimate arbiter of any policy is its results. And at the same time, we were negotiating the accords, and while Victoria was in Riyadh, we managed to get OPEC Plus to get to a much more favorable outcome by a 9 million barrel per day cut. Contrast that with last year's request to get 100,000 barrel a day increase, which they didn't get. That's an interesting contrast in what effective policy yields and where that benefits everyone in the United States, and I'd say also our colleagues and counterparts in Europe and in Asia. So in our minds, the Abraham Accords and our partners and allies are a bulwark against Russian aggression, against Chinese predatory practices. But strategically, this is of critical importance to them, and it ought to be to us. And if we ignore it, we're ceding a critical vulnerability and requirement to our adversary, and one which is going to present an economic boon for China, and it's going to be potentially catastrophic for us. And the odd thing is, our partners in the region absolutely want none of this. They understand China as a customer long term. They appreciate the fact that they've purchased, but they don't want a partnership with them for all kinds of logical reasons. They desperately want this partnership again and have always wanted it with the United States. So it is ours to lose. So in a sense, it's a vacuum, and it's a result of us sort of abandoning the region to a certain extent. And certainly that's the perception. But more to the point is we are actively pushing our partners and allies in the opposite direction. It is a strategic choice. And they regret it, and frankly, we're going to bear unfortunate consequences as a result of it.
Well, it's a very grim picture, but of course, the solutions are pretty obvious, and which all of you kind of laid out in different respects. But I wonder if, and this is not a very difficult question, I've probably been thinking about it a lot, but top threat and maybe top missed opportunity today in the Middle East. Let's see it. Whoever wants to start first.
Ladies first, always.
We could go by height. I'm trying to be creative with the threat because Iran obviously is the key problem, and it's the regime in Iran. And to what Senator Lankford was saying, it's why this is such a shameful situation we find ourselves in now, that we can't summon the will to speak out in support. I, of course, am a member of a 501c3, so I would never, ever look at polling. But if I did, I might have seen some polling that was taken both in June and October gauging, and I published this, so it's not a secret, attitudes of Americans towards the Iranian people. And the July polling came back with Democrats very much in favor of the JCPOA reentry. Republican numbers stayed more or less consistent between the two. The big shift in October was Democrats, a majority of Democrats said they wanted to prioritize human rights over the JCPOA. So there is broad support for this among the American people, and it's international. When I was in Rome in November, the same Roman government that had put boxes around the ancient statues in the Capitoline Museum when Rouhani came to visit had a big banner across that same Capitoline Museum saying, "We stand with the women of Iran for freedom and life." So the opinions are shifting, and that is maybe a great opportunity that's being missed. So I might say this problem set is one and the same. The big problem is Iran, and the big missed opportunity is the potential to get that regime out would be best, but into some sort of different state, absent a major conflict. And I had the somewhat sober duty last week of having to argue against democracy promotion as a reason to go to war, which is hard for me since I wrote a book about the history of democracy. But it occurred to me that the rhetoric we're hearing out of the administration on Ukraine it could be plucked right out of George W. Bush's second inaugural. And the problem there is that then you're going to war for an abstract. And democracy has to be the choice of the people who are going to participate in it. And so if the Iranian people, make that decision, there's much we can and should do to support them. My concern is that if you cast Ukraine as a struggle for global freedom, you lose your vital national security interests. And so I would want to avoid doing that with Iran while being extremely eager for a change of management there.
Very good.
Yeah, change of management's a great idea there on it, and the Iranian people. So I would say areas where we can have greatest gain, definitely supporting the people of Iran, speaking out there, because we're back to winning hearts and minds. The more that the Iranian people hear us say, we are not your enemy. The freedoms that we have, we long for you to be able to have as well, because the vast majority of the Iranian people, that's what they're looking for, is just freedom. So the more that we can do that, we have opportunities to be able to make gains there. The second thing would be, I mentioned off the cuff a while ago, and that's our foreign military sales. Right now, if you're a country in that region and you want to buy American weapon systems that they know are the best in the world, you can contact our government. You can wait in line about 7 or 8 years and we'll consider it. Or you can call China and they'll deliver something next week. Okay, it's just that straightforward. And so we're teaching every government we're not reliable. Yes, we have the good stuff, but we won't send it to you until we think about it for a while. And so they know the Chinese equipment's not as good. They've clearly learned the Russian equipment is not as good. There's been a very public display of that. But they want to get ours, but if they can't get it, they've got to get something. And so they're going to align with the Chinese. So a gain area would be to actually clean up our foreign military sales, and so we can actually engage on that. As far as a threat to us that I think people are watching, definitely Iran, as I've mentioned before. The other one's Chinese telecom. They continue to advance security systems and security apparatus to every one of these governments. You can go to several countries in the Middle East now. They've got a camera in every corner, just like they do in Beijing. And it's Chinese equipment that the Chinese have provided to them and have taught those governments, here's how to monitor your own people. And they're using that. But they're not only monitoring their own people, the Chinese are then using that same system to also monitor their people as well. And then we want to be able to partner with different governments, and if we want to be able to partner in technology and communication or share intelligence, whatever it may be, and it's running on a Chinese backbone in telecom, you can't trust it. So our big threat is the Chinese are engaged so much in their telecommunications and in their backbone of their networks that when we want to partner with them, we no longer can really have a free exchange of ideas and engagement, because the Chinese are tracking us in every corner as we move, and everything that we share with them on intelligence information, the Chinese are getting as well. So we pull back and say, we can't share. We want to, but we can't because you're in this, and they're so far down the road that they can't just rip and replace it, and we're stuck. That's a very real long-term threat. Fortunately, the Chinese know that extremely well, and so they're pushing into it. Every negotiation with every country that they have is, we will do just about anything for you if you'll install our backbone of our telecom. If you'll do that first, we'll give you any discount on anything we want to have, because they know what happens from there.
I have to say, my boss just walked in.
Should we all stand?
Yeah, I think so. Perhaps a round of applause.
Hard to improve on either, and would endorse both comments. I would add this, that Iran certainly is the principal threat to the region's stability and security. I would say and it's worth doing from time to time, is just envisioning a region with Iran in possession of a nuclear weapon. And as someone that's watched this for decades, they're not just as close as they've ever been, but the perception of the region, and I think there's an argument for it, is that we are fundamentally allowing it, and in many ways we are paying for them to do it. That's the perception of our partners and allies in the region. And I suspect that's probably the perspective in Tehran, and a circumstance that I think they'd never thought that they would enjoy. And there are also now some doubt in their minds as to which and when and under what circumstances and to what effect Israel would respond, and the degree to which the U.S. would support our allies in Israel. And so I think that presents an enormously dangerous context, because if you can imagine what would happen to global markets if Iran was in control of them, because that's exactly what this means, all east-west trade between Europe and Asia, 20% of the world's trade, 30% of the containerized traffic, and 40% of the world's oil and gas under Iran's direct control. And you don't have to guess what that would mean, because you can see what they're doing now without that control, and it's certainly not to our advantage. In the longer term, the greater global strategic risk is China, and again, this is ground that we don't need to cede to them and should not cede to them, and so our interests are served by the biggest opportunity in both cases, and that is our partners and allies in the region who desperately want a stronger relationship, and the Abraham Accords is a foundation and part of that. And I think if we're to pursue that, I think we'll be able to address both in a meaningful and effective way.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I think think we're about to wrap up here, but if I could just kind of close on a personal note and say, first off, my parents both immigrated to this country, so their hearts and minds were won over. And so, Senator Langford, thank you so much for your eloquence and your hard work, leadership on behalf of the American people, which, as you described, is such a beacon of hope to free-loving people around the world. It's not just ours, but it's ours to share and to demonstrate. And somebody who's developed a career over the last 2 decades on the Middle East in the shadow of 9/11 as a New Yorker, it is also inspiring to hear from you all about a real vision for peace with a real plan of solutions, and that is, of course, America First, foreign policy and national security policy. So I do want to, in the time remaining, just thank you all for your leadership, for your vision here, and for spending time with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.